praising the country's long-standing record of peace and stability. The country has contributed over 2,600 military and police personnel to 6 UN operations, performing vital tasks such as protecting civilians and commanding community policing. Dear colleagues, Tanzania is part of regional blocs like the East African Community, Southern African Development Community, and International Conference on the Great Lakes region that, among other things, seek to promote peace and security. Moreover, Tanzania has contributed to UN peacekeeping missions, including in the Central African Republic, where over 500,000 Tanzanians peacekeepers were awarded UN peacekeeping models. Furthermore, Tanzania emphasizes dialogue and sustained diplomatic efforts to promote peace and stability, as seen in its discussions with international partners like the European Union, the Commonwealth, and others. Dear colleagues, justice is the bedrock of trust and stability. It is the fair application of laws, the protection of the vulnerable, and the accountability of those in power. Let us ensure justice by upholding the rule of law, combating corruption, and promoting transparency. In Tanzania, we are committed to strengthening our institutions, promoting accountability, and ensuring that those who abuse power are held accountable. To our future generations, we promise and commit to protecting the planet and preserve natural resources, to promoting inclusive and sustainable development, to defending human rights and dignity, to fostering a culture of peace and understanding, to building resilient and accountable institutions. Dear colleagues, allow me to say that Tanzania is proud of its progress. However, we recognize that there is still much work to be done. We are committed to working with our partners to promote a brighter future for all Tanzanians and to contribute to the global efforts to achieve the sustainable development goals. Let us work together to create a world where every individual can thrive, every community can prosper, and every nation can flourish. A world where hope is not just a dream, but a reality. A world where peace is not just a wish, but a way of life. A world where justice is not just a promise, but a guarantee. Dear colleagues, as we look to the future, let us draw inspiration from Tanzania's rich cultural heritage, our beautiful landscape, and our resilient people. Dear President, as I conclude, I wish to take the opportunity to welcome every delegate to Arusha, Tanzania in October 2026 for the 153rd IPU Assembly that our Parliament and the country is proud to host. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Tanzania. Now we welcome Montenegro, followed by Hungary. Montenegro, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, Sevgili arkadaşım. In this magical city that connects cultures and civilization, one Byzantine empire who ruled it once called upon his people to be worthy of their ancestors. Today, all of us who make decisions about the fate of the future generation should wake up with the same responsibility, to be worthy of the ancestors through whom life has reached us. In Montenegrin folk poems, far more verses are dedicated to God, freedom, and battles than to love, and you can learn a lot about one nation from its epic poems. The courage of my ancestors was written about by writers from nations often seen as opposite. Fitzgerald in The Great Gatsby and Pushkin with his eternal verses about Montenegro. But my ancestors were not heroes by choice, but by necessity. They could not retreat from battles because behind them was Montenegro. If they had taken one step back, they would have stepped on their graves, their homes, and the cradles of the future generations. That is why we must be careful how we step on our soil. Today, when we witness aggression of one country against another, from Ukraine to Middle East, it is important to remember those who bear arms that they must remain conscious of how they are stepping in the soil, whatever they believe they are liberating or defending. It is what distinguishes knights from criminals. That principle lies in the foundation of the law of war, which exists to prevent war crimes. We often say that geography is destiny. In our Balkan crossroads, the greatest moral code of my nation was born. Humanity is to defend others from yourself, and heroism is to defend yourself from others. If we measure our actions by that scale, we will be worthy not only of our ancestors, but also of the descendants to whom we must leave the better world. And as great Hayam said, "İnsan geçir, adı kalır yalnız, yaptığı iyi olurması, bugün egen bir küçük time, yarın çocukların gölgesi gir." The seed we plant today will tomorrow be the shade of our children. We should all be reminded of that. Çok teşekkür ederim. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now welcome Hungary, followed by Bangladesh.
Madam President, Your Excellencies, honourable peer members of Parliament, we are delighted that the 152nd Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union is taking place in Istanbul, 30 years after Turkey last hosted an IPU conference in 1996. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Turkey for its hospitality, which we greatly appreciate. Given the rise in global tensions, it is, we believe, of outstanding significance that Turkey is hosting this global parliamentary event, as we see the country as an indispensable player seeking peace, security, and regional stability. We also recognize the efforts of your country is making in bringing about peace in the Middle East, on the African continent, in Ukraine, and in the Armenian-Azerbaijani relations. I'd like to emphasize that Hungary firmly believes that diplomacy is not simply a tool, but the only viable path towards global stability, and that the language of weapons must be replaced by dialogue based on mutual respect. Our country is convinced that multilateralism remains one of the key means of international cooperation and is committed to strengthening international forums that serve to promote a culture of peace and mutual respect. This is one of the reasons why we believe that the IPU's global events offer a unique opportunity to reaffirm our shared commitment to peace and security, democracy and justice. Difficult times in our history often bring about changes that chart a new course for the world. This is how the Inter-Parliamentary Union came into being 137 years ago, followed by the League of Nations through efforts made in IPU forums to maintain peace. Then after the Second World War, the United Nations was founded as one of the most important institutions for peace and international cooperation. The primary mission of the UN is to maintain global peace and security and to provide a forum for the resolution of conflicts. Hungary, as one of the 9 founding members of the IPU, is convinced that in today's world it's essential to safeguard the multilateral system and uphold communication platforms. We must work together to achieve our common goals, allowing international peace and security to be sustained. Every decision we take is guided by the responsibility to leave our successors a habitable world and also a safe and just world, where hope is not a privilege but a fundamental right. However, our efforts for peace do not end at the diplomatic negotiating table. For decades, Hungary has also been a reliable partner to the international community in peacekeeping. Our soldiers serve in the world's most dangerous hotspots, from the Balkans through to Lebanon and Africa. When Hungarian peacekeepers safeguard local communities, they are, in fact, protecting the future peace of our own children by curbing distant conflicts. We are committed to ensuring that Hungary remains an island of stability and the guardian of peace in the future as well. When we speak about future generations, we tend to think of distant time frames. Yet, the future is not a promise of tomorrow, but a direct consequence of today's decisions. Hungary aims for young people to inherit a sustainable and stable future from us. Our country actively contributes to this process at both national and international levels. The question future generations will ask us is not about the difficulties we faced, but what it is we did for them. We must pass on to them the belief that the world is a place where knowledge is valued, nature is a treasure, and peace is not to be taken for granted. It must be worked for every day. We cannot afford to resign ourselves to crisis. The international community must actively foster an atmosphere of trust, which is essential for building a just and sustainable future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now, please, Bangladesh, followed by China. Bangladesh, the floor is yours.
Honorable President, distinguished members of the Parliament, delegates, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a distinct honor for me to address this august gathering on behalf of the Parliament of Bangladesh. Bangladesh was created more than half a century ago with two holy objectives in mind. Number one, democracy, and number two, the economic welfare of the underprivileged. But in our long road to democracy, we came to realize that the path to democracy is not laden with roses. We had repeated setbacks in the process, during the process, in our long struggle. But I'm happy to tell you that this assembly be informed that every time our democracy-loving people have come out of the abyss and spoke strongly in favor of democracy. And the resilient people of Bangladesh never bowed their heads down. Human rights, good governance, along with democracy had been our objective all the time. Right now, of course, in this assembly, we are talking about nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for our future generations. At the outset, Bangladesh reaffirms its unwavering commitment to inclusive social development of our people and for the people of the world. We firmly believe that inclusion is not just merely a policy statement. The priority is the foundation, its priority is the foundation of lasting peace, stability, and above all, justice. If we are serious about building a better future for our next generation, we must begin by empowering those who are most often left behind in this society. Distinguished delegates, inclusion requires systematic transformation. Bangladesh, through our respective government agencies, is working to improve accessibility across the board, education, healthcare, and employment. We are committed to removing both physical and social barriers that limit the opportunities of the common people. In this journey, Parliament plays a central role by legislating appropriate laws. Through inclusive legislation, adequate budget allocation, and effective oversight, our Parliament ensures the accountability and drives meaningful progress for the common people. However, it must be noted that no country can achieve these goals alone. In this August gathering, we call for stronger international cooperation, particularly in technology transfer in the context of the modern world, capacity building, and sharing of our best practices across the board. Affordable assistive technologies and efficient social protection can be scaled up more effectively through global partnerships. The Inter-Parliamentary Union provides the unique platform for such collaboration. That's what we believe in Bangladesh. It allows us not only to exchange ideas, but also to commit to practical and measurable actions that can transform lives of millions.
Please conclude.
As we look forward, our focus must remain on strengthening institutions, expanding inclusive infrastructure, and investing in human capital.
Please
of
conclude.
all citizens of the world. Let us remember, inclusion is not charity.
Please conclude. The time is over.
I'll just finish in a minute.
In a minute.
The point I would like to make in conclusion is that what we want is the rule of majority with the consent of the minority. That is the essence of democracy. With the call for peaceful coexistence so that this globe becomes a peaceful abode for all human beings to live in harmony. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, please, China, and followed by Brunei Darussalam. China, the floor is yours.
Distinguished Madam Chair, dear speakers, heads of delegation, and dear colleagues, it's my great pleasure to attend the 152nd IPU Assembly at the beautiful city of Istanbul. I'd like to thank our Turkish host and IPU for all the thoughtful arrangements. In today's world, against the backdrop of sweeping changes unseen in a century, blatant acts of unilateralism, hegemony, and bullying, and sustained geopolitical turmoil have dealt a serious blow to economic globalization and given rise to a multitude of risks and challenges. That said, the pursuit of peace and development, which underpins our times, remains unchanged. The pursuit by the international community for fairness and justice stays intact, has persevered. together with yearning for a better life. In order for us to achieve sustainable development for our prosperity, it requires concerted efforts by all of us to create an enabling environment of peace and stability while contributing to a fair and just global governance system. President Xi Jinping, in the great interest of the future for humanity and global trends, has put forward the Global Governance Initiative, supported and echoed by over 150 countries and international organizations in swift responses. It offers China's solution to global governance improvement. Regarding the implementation of the Global Governance Initiative and the safeguarding of international peace and justice, China would like to offer the following suggestions. First, uphold sovereign equality and identify the common denominator in global governance. We shall prevent the world from returning to hegemonism and the law of the jungle. All countries, regardless of their size, strength, or wealth, are entitled to equal-footed participation, decision-making, and benefit-sharing in global governance. No country should be ever left behind. Second, abide by international rule of law and safeguard international justice. All countries should adhere to the purpose and principles of the UN Charter and basic norms of international relations, and should refrain from selective application of international law out of expediency with double standards. Third, pursue multilateralism and maintain the central role of the UN. As an important legacy of the global victory over fascism, the United Nations should be reinvigorated first and foremost to reform and improve global governance. It is our duty to make UN stronger and better, keeping in mind no one has any right to weaken or even dismantle it. Genuine multilateralism should be practiced with the UN at the center stage, whereby global affairs are to be determined through consultations and global rules made by all countries. Fourth, promote a people-centered approach while ensuring participation by all peoples. It is the people who make the history and drive the world forward. Countries should work together to preserve peace and tranquility, strive for development in the interest of the people, and push for inter-civilization exchanges and mutual learning. Fifth, focus on actions to rally behind necessary reforms. Global governance can only be improved through concrete actions rather than lip service. Ideas and plans should be implemented topic by topic and package by package in the reform process, aiming for tangible progress. Dear colleagues, as representatives and voices of our people, legislative bodies are duty-bound and well-positioned to leverage rule of law to safeguard and energize international solidarity and cooperation and global governance reform and improvement so as to play a positive role in shaping a new paradigm of international relations while building a shared future for humanity. Last month, the fourth session of the 14th National People's Congress reviewed and approved the outline for the 15th five-year plan for national economic and social development of China, which highlights higher quality development, broader and deeper opening up, and the implementation of the Global Development Initiative, Global Security Initiative, Global Civilization Initiative, and the Global Governance Initiative, and the vision of a shared future for mankind. The 15th five-year plan serves not only as a blueprint for the Chinese path to modernization, but also as an invitation extended to all countries in the quest for common modernization. China will consistently provide the turbulent world with certainty and invaluable positive energy. National People's Congress of China stands ready to work with legislators all over the world to constantly deepen experience sharing and mutual learning with regard to legislative and governance practices, push for more in-depth and substantive cooperation, help IPU play a greater role in global governance, and uphold international justice so as to make the world a better place of hope for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now please Brunei Darussalam, followed by Denmark. The floor is yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Madam President, honorable heads of delegations and fellow parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon. I'm thankful for the opportunity to deliver a statement at the 152nd General Assembly on behalf of Brunei Darussalam and its Legislative Council. This is the first time since our admission to IPU in the last General Assembly. We would like to thank the government of Turkey for the warm hospitality extended to us since we arrived in this lovely city of Istanbul. As a small nation, we are guided by enduring values that uphold compassion and justice and respect for human dignity. As a member of ASEAN, we are committed to regional solidarity, mutual respect, and consensus building, principles that have maintained stability in our region for decades. The theme before us, nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for future generations, is both timely and imperative. It reminds us that as parliamentarians, we have a shared responsibility as stewards and guardians of both present and future. We are entrusted not only with governance, but also safeguarding the future. Under the wise leadership of His Majesty the Sultan and Yang Pertuan of Brunei Darussalam, our nation remains steadfast in fostering peace, promoting social harmony, and advancing sustainable development. In this regard, the Legislative Council plays a pivotal role in upholding transparency and accountability in governance. This is reflected in our rigorous budget deliberations, our oversight of ministerial responsibilities, and our comprehensive discussion on our long-term national vision, which is called Wawasan Brunei 2035. Through these efforts, we affirm our commitment to good governance and to ensuring that development is inclusive and future-looking. Distinguished delegates, to nurture hope, we invest in people, especially in our youth. In Brunei, we place strong emphasis on their education and well-being, with development that is inclusive and anchored in values. For us, hope comes when individuals feel secure and empowered to contribute to society, and when institutions are trusted, when governance is transparent, and when progress is shared equitably among all. To secure peace, we must remain committed to mutual respect, dialogue, and non-violence. Peace is not only the absence of conflict, it is the presence of justice, mercy, and dignity. As parliamentarians, we must uphold the sanctity of human life and address the root causes of instability. In ASEAN, we have demonstrated that dialogue, cooperation, and respect for diversity can serve as powerful tools for maintaining peace. Madam President, Brunei Darussalam firmly believes in the importance of diplomacy and dialogue as the primary means of resolving differences. In a world increasingly marked by division, our collective commitment to peace must remain unwavering. But we cannot speak of peace today without acknowledging the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, the continued loss of innocent lives of women and children in Gaza and in the occupied territories, which is deeply distressing and unacceptable. As members of the international community, we must not remain silent in the face of such humanitarian crisis. We must call for immediate cessation of violence, the protection of civilians, and unimpeded humanitarian access to those in urgent need. Peace cannot endure without justice, and justice cannot prevail without compassion. To ensure justice for future generations, we must act with foresight and responsibility. Justice extends beyond legal framework. It encompasses social equity, environmental stewardship, and economic sustainability. Excellencies, honorable delegates, the 152nd General Assembly is convened at the most difficult time in international relations. Apart from the continuing atrocities in Gaza, the Middle East is also in a state of war as a result of the US-Israel aggression on Iran. The war risks triggering a dangerous spiral of violence with severe repercussions for the region and beyond. We urge all parties to the conflict to exercise maximum restraint and to immediately cease further hostilities. We hope as parliamentarians we will play our collective role to search for peaceful resolution. It is not only to bring an end to the conflict, but also to address the humanitarian issues that arise as a result of the conflict. Brunei Darussalam believes in multilateralism and rules based on international order. Under the framework of parliamentary diplomacy, we can and we need to work together to strengthen collaboration and to foster constructive dialogue to end the conflict. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. Now we welcome Denmark, followed by Laos. Denmark, the floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you. Dear colleagues, let me ask a simple question. What kind of a world do we want? A world of rules or a world where power decides? Because after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, this is no longer a theory, it's a reality. If we accept this, we send a clear message that force works. And if force works, rules do not. This is not only about Ukraine, this is about every country in this room today. Big or small, east or west. No country is safe if borders can be changed by forces. Colleagues, silence is not neutral, silence is a choice. And business as usual is not peace, it is acceptance. We must be honest, without consequences, there are no longer rules. And without rules, there are no trust. We do not need stronger words, we do need stronger action. Not because we want conflict, but because we want peace that lasts. Peace without rules is not peace, it's just a break. As a parliamentarian in IPU, we have the power. We can support Ukraine, we can demand accountability, we can defend our institution, step by step, decision by decision. Dear colleagues, history is watching us, not what we say, but what we do. So let me be clear. Let us be firm and let us defend the rules that protect us all. Because if we don't stand up today, it will be harder tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now you will welcome Laos and followed by Cambodia. Laos, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Lao National Assembly delegation, I would like to express our sincere appreciation for the warm hospitality and excellent arrangements made by the Grand National Assembly of Turkey and IPU for this 152nd Assembly in Istanbul, the most beautiful city in the world. We met at the time of profound global uncertainty when the international community is facing the serious challenges affecting peace, stability, and development. Hence, the international community must continue to seek peaceful and long-lasting resolutions to ongoing conflicts and disputes. The theme of this assembly, nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for the future generation, is very vital, and at the same time, it's a very good opportunity for the parliaments to exchange views and take meaningful, coordinated and concrete parliamentary actions. Excellencies, for the Lao PDR, a country which has suffered from several decades of the aggressive war, considers the concept of peace, justice, and development are inherently interconnected. Lasting peace cannot be achieved in the absence of trust, development, and inclusive justice. We should understand the root cause of the conflicts. In this regard, I would like to share some views as follows. One, parliaments must strengthen peace through dialogues and political responsibility. Parliamentary diplomacy always remains an essential channel for building trust, reducing tensions, and promoting peaceful settlement of conflicts. We firmly believe that all conflicts should be resolved through peaceful means in accordance with the international laws and the principles of the UN Charter. The most appropriate solutions are to take urgent action to addressing the problems facing us all today. This cannot be done without firmly upholding the principles of the UN Charter and preserving multilateralism. We have to create opportunities for peaceful resolutions and conducive environment for diplomatic negotiations. By doing so, we can ensure lasting peace and prosperity. Second, parliaments should uphold justice through inclusive and accountable governance. Parliaments must ensure that laws are implemented, resources are managed responsibly, and development remains people-centered. Third, parliaments must act to build a fair and more sustainable global economy. For developing countries, global economic conditions directly affect growth and well-being of the peoples. We support open, fair, and rules-based multilateral trading system. We also underscore the importance of strengthening cooperation among developing countries to address common challenges and promote inclusive and sustainable development. For the LAPDR, ensuring justice for the future generations also means investing in human resources development with a particular focus on youth and women education, strengthening institutions and promoting social harmony remain essential to ensuring a better future of the people. We reaffirm our commitment to regional and international cooperation, including within ASEAN, and to the multilateral system based on international laws and mutual respect. Allow me to reaffirm that peace, development, and justice are mutually reinforcing and should be pursued together. Strong, inclusive, and accountable parliaments are essential to advance.
Please conclude.
The LAPDR is ready to work closely with all member parliaments to promote peace, justice, and sustainable development for the peoples and for the future generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we welcome on the stage Cambodia, followed by France. The floor is yours.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegate, I am deeply honored to address this distinguished assembly. In a global environment marked by rapid, uneven, and intrinsically perilous change, our team is not only timely, it is a solemn reminder of the responsibility we bear as a parliament to uphold true, safeguard peace, and defend the rule of law when these values are most at risk. For Cambodia, these aspirations are not abstract concepts, but hard-earned lessons forged in the crucible of conflict, in great tragedy, and national rebirth. From these experiences, we have drawn an unshakable conviction that durable peace can only flourish through an unwavering commitment to true justice and impartial rule of law. The historical lesson and experiences fought through our collective effort to address regional and extra-regional challenges underscore a vital truth: hope without responsibility is merely an illusion, a fleeting dream that dissolves under the weight of reality. Hope can endure only when truth is steadfastly upheld, and truth cannot prevail when history is deliberately distorted into falsehood to advance narrow political interests, thereby sowing the seed of hatred and conflict among the nations that are bound to live side by side. Likewise, the foundation of the justice cannot endure where the rule of law is involved selectively or set aside for convenience, whether within nation or in the relation among sovereign states. Such practice inevitably erode the mutual trust upon which lasting peace depends. We must remain resolute in the consistent application of the international law, without fear or favor. It is the impartial arbiter that safeguards the right and dignity of all nations, regardless of side. This commitment to consistency must also govern the implementation of bilateral and international agreements. Indeed, regional stability depends on unwavering respect for established treaty and boundary arrangement. Peace cannot be sustained when such frameworks are subject to diverse interpretation or inconsistent application. Ceasefire, likewise, must be upheld in both letter and spirit as meaningful pledge for peace or peace rather than mere tactical poses. When action on the ground diverges from the understandings reached through dialogue, this inevitably diminishes confidence. In this context, activities and insensitive areas following ceasefire arrangement must be approached with the utmost caution and restraint so as not prejudice to path toward a mutually acceptable settlement. Beyond the technicality of law and diplomacy, we must never lose sight of the human and cultural dimension of conflict. These consequences are felt most actually by the communities we serve. For those who harm and damage and who live unprotected, these are not abstract concern, but hard realized reality that undermine the very prospect of reconciliation. Moreover, the discretion of cultural heritage is an affront to our shared responsibility to preserve the legacy of humanity, treasure and unveil value that transcend national border. The path ahead is arduous, but our mandate is clear. If we are to bequeath a world of hope and justice to future generations, we must act with resolve and determination. Let us summon the collective wisdom and courage to address the root cause of discord, to honor our commitment, and to uphold the principle that bind us as an international community. Only then can we fulfill our duty to those who will inherit the world we leave behind, a world where the promise of peace is not a distant aspiration, but a lived reality that defines our shared community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Now we'll welcome France, followed by Belarus. Mr. Speaker, the floor is yours.
Madam President, dear colleagues, facing the immense challenges of today. We need simple, sincere language and humane language, and I'm going to try and talk in those terms. We all face a common reality, and we're bound by it. We are the intemporal guardians of a world that we haven't created, but one which we are borrowing from future generations. But let's face up to reality. War isn't a fatality, it's a political choice, and the responsibility of violence falls upon all of us. When we fail to dialogue, civilians pay the price with their blood and their tears. Inaction isn't a case of being careful, it's silent complicity with these conflicts. And nurturing hope isn't being naive, it's having the courage to refuse violence and resolve conflicts with dialogue rather than violence. Some countries try to close themselves off through sovereignty or on the pretext of emergency, but democracy is vital if we are to have free countries. Countries that crush freedoms suffocate. Instead of finding common language, human rights must be the common language, the only grammar, the only language capable of binding us together when some try to undermine that with weapons. Otherwise, the conflicts we are seeing today will become the norm for tomorrow unless we take action. So, ensuring justice for future generations also means giving them a land that they can breathe, one where the climate allows them to live. That is also the basis of sustainable peace. Otherwise, we will be judged not on what we have inherited, but on what we have left for future generations. Today, we are moving forward in a world that is changing faster than our laws. There's the impact of social media, AI, mental health, which is coming under greater stress. Our children are in the front line, and we have a duty to protect them. A healthy society is one where everyone has access to school, knowledge, and openness to the world, because education, knowledge are our best weapons against ignorance. When a country refuses democracy, it also often refuses education for its people. In fact, we're not just talking about learning about facts, we're learning to live together, understanding others, building what binds peoples together rather than what divides them. So, dear colleagues, hope isn't just a feeling that we may have, it's a political commitment, a determination, and that's why we need to work and to take action in that respect. Let's not be the politicians who watched and sat back while the world went to flames. Let's be politicians who who sowed the seeds of justice and peace for the future. History won't remember our speeches, but it will remember our bravery or our silence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, please, Belarus, followed by Romania. Please, the floor is yours.
Madam President, dear colleagues, the topic of our discussion sounds optimistic: nurturing hope, securing peace and ensuring justice for future generations. Unfortunately, there is very little grounds for optimism in today's world. If we don't provide peace, there will be no tomorrow, there will be no future generations. We are meeting at a crucial moment. The global governance architecture established decades ago is no longer fit for the purpose. International law is increasingly ignored. Conflicts are proliferating, and transitional challenges go unaddressed. The United Nations Security Council is practically paralyzed, and multilateral institutions are suffering from politicization that undermines their credibility. All this reflects a deeper structural shift, the inexorable decline of the so-called international order. Western nations seek to preserve this order by resorting to the instrumentalization of instability, which reflected in the incitement of conflicts, the imposition of illegal sanctions, and other destructive actions. Consequently, the transition toward a just multipolar world is proving to be immensely difficult. However, this movement is unstoppable because it serves the interests of the global majority. The majority is no longer agrees to remain a mere object in a unipolar world, striving instead to become a full-fledged subject in a multipolar global order. It is no longer prepared to accept rules of global conduct imposed by a narrow circle of states and intends to participate independently in the creation of such rules. Unlike the West, which pursues a zero-sum game policy, the rest of the world is committed to a win-win formula. The majority seeks to develop on the foundation of its own historical traditions, its own understanding of the world, and most importantly, in the best interests of its peoples. It is in the line with these trends that official Minsk is building its foreign policy strategy. Historically, aware of the true price of peace and justice, the Belarusian nation today places the preservation of these values at the very heart of state policy and social development. As the President of the Republic of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, stated, quote, "Peace is the supreme value. Without it, neither the progress nor the very existence of a nation is possible. We have always stood and shall continue to stand for the peaceful resolution of any conflict, for creation rather than destruction. Our duty is to preserve a peaceful and tranquil country for future generations," unquote. Belarus belongs to the global majority. We are an active participant in its institutional structures, putting forward initiatives aimed at building a just multipolar world. Since 2023, we have been promoting the concept of the Eurasian Charter of Diversity and Multipolarity in the 21st century. We are convinced that this initiative will facilitate the creation of an architecture of equal and indivisible security in Eurasia, while further strengthening positive developments across our vast continent in various spheres for the collective benefit of Eurasian nations and their peoples, and first of all, for the future of generations. I would like to place particular emphasis on the parliamentary dimension of this work. It is Parliament that are capable of transforming a political declaration into a stable legal foundation. We see great potential in involving the relevant parliamentary committees of Eurasian countries in the work on the Charter, holding joint hearings and exchanging experience in providing legislative support for multipolar principles. Parliamentary diplomacy can play a key role here through bilateral and multilateral contacts, as well through activities in the interparliamentary assemblies. Moreover, parliaments are the voice of the peoples. It is up to us to ensure that the process of forming a multipolar world is transparent, accountable, and reflects the real interests of citizens, not narrow elites. Thank you.
Thank you. بداية أحب أعرفكم بنفسي دكتورة حمدة حسن السليطي نائب رئيس قطري وممثلة المجموعة العربية.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm the Vice President of Qatar, and I'm the representative of the Arab Group in the Executive Committee. And we now have Romania to be followed by Yemen.
I don't need.
No, you don't want it?
No, I don't think I need. No.
This is okay?
I think it's okay.
Okay, this height is okay?
Yeah, I think so. So, dear colleagues, it is an honor for me to contribute to this general debate. But first of all, on behalf of the Romanian delegation, I would like to thank our Turkish host for their warm welcome and hospitality in this beautiful city of Istanbul. The focus of this IPU session on peace and justice is more timely, given the multiple crises and many conflicts around the globe, which require enhancement parliamentary input to facilitate cooperation and long-lasting solution. Nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for future generations is a moral and political imperative that Romania embraced with full responsibility. Nurturing hope begins with trust in institutions. In a world marked by conflict, polarization, and disinformation, parliaments must remain pillars of democracy, dialogue, and transparency. Hope cannot exist hope cannot exist where citizens lost their trust in the rule of law. Therefore, we have a duty to strengthen democratic institutions and to combat corruption and abuse of power, whatever they manifest themselves. Securing peace can no longer be understood exclusively in military items. Peace also means food security, access to education, economic resilience, and environmental protection. Today's conflicts are increasingly fueled by inequalities, climate changes, and competition for resources. If we do not address the root causes, we will not build a lasting peace, but we only postpone the next crisis. Romania firmly supports multilateral solutions and the role of parliamentary diplomacy in preventing conflicts. Dialogue between parliaments can open channels where classical diplomatic encounters difficult. In this sense, the Interparliamentary Union remains an essential platform for building bridges between nations. When it comes to justice for future generations, we must recognize that our decisions shape the world of tomorrow. Whether we are talking about public debt, climate policy, or the digital transformation, every choice has long-term consequences. Intergenerational justice requires balance, not transferring disproportionate burdens to those who come after us. Technology and artificial intelligence also raise fundamental questions about equity, access, and rights. It is our responsibility to ensure that technological progress serves the common good and does not deepen existing divisions. Dear colleagues, the Romanian Parliament has a well-established oversight mandate and institutional practice, and it directly contributes to ensuring an important role in parliamentary diplomacy and multilateral cooperation. We joined the IPU since 1891, just 2 years after the creation of our organization. Today, more than ever, we remain a dedicated partner and reaffirm our steadfast and historical commitment to the mission of the Interparliamentary Union. Parliaments can open and maintain channels of dialogue, support political dialogue and mediation, and foster mutual understanding among countries. Hope is not an abstract concept. It is built through concrete policies, sincere cooperation, and the courage to make difficult decisions. Lasting peace is not imposed. It is built Justice is not promised, it is achieved. Future generations will not just ask by our speeches, but by our actions. Let us, therefore, be worthy of this responsibility. I would like to conclude to assure you that the Parliament of Romania is committed to working together with parliaments around the world to uphold these principles and values, acting with clarity, responsibility, and vision. Thank you for your kind attention.
شكرا. الآن اليمن بعدها غامبيا.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Yemen to be followed by Gambia. In the name of God, Dr. Hamda, representative of the Arab group, distinguished brothers and sisters, a very good afternoon to you. Thank you to the IPU, Secretary General, and the Presidency for the excellent preparation of this assembly in the marvelous city of Istanbul. It's a pleasure for us to be able to participate, but unfortunately for us, the principles of the Sustainable Development Goals are mere words and are not put into practice in reality. The principles that we need to follow to nurture hope, secure peace, and ensure justice for future generations is not something that is visible for us. We do not see peace. We have no hope. There is no justice on the horizon. Our young people are in despair. And this is something that we can see from our statistics. Most countries are involved in an arms race, and some countries have had to sacrifice the savings that they do have to purchase arms. By 2020, hundreds of millions of dollars will have been poured into financing countries' military forces. We have to stand alongside peoples as they seek to secure their interests and guarantee justice for future generations. Parliaments need to be able to do their work in tandem with governments. And for that, we need to respect the principles of this union and always stand by the side of the weakest. In recent months, we have witnessed a destructive war, the use of all kinds of weapons. Poorer countries are becoming even poorer. Our country is living through a tragedy after the coup d'etat carried out by the militias, the Houthi militias supported by Iran 11 years ago. You all know what the situation of our parliamentarians is and the destruction that our system has been subject to, leaving many citizens in a situation of slavery. My country's infrastructure has been destroyed. 4 aircraft of our airline have recently been destroyed. And we have also seen the blocking of oil exports into our country. Our people, our women and children, are living through arduous times. But thanks to Saudi Arabia, we have been able to achieve some level of social and economic recovery. Colleagues, as we debate in this forum, we must seek to condemn the role of Iran and its militias, and also the role played in our country by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We condemn the aggression against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and against the whole region, and the destabilization of the Gulf region. Aggression which seeks to destroy civil infrastructure, a clear violation of the principles of international law. We also categorically condemn the actions that have left us needing to take measures to counter the aggression of the Zionist entities against our brothers and sisters in Gaza, entities that consistently violate the Charter of the United Nations. Our role is to put an end to all of these actions, activities. We need to leave this assembly with a resolute stance to preserve the position of the Union and to promote peace and hope. Thank you, says the President, and I now give the floor to Gambia, to be followed by Estonia.
Madam President, Right Honorable Speakers, Honorable Members of Parliament, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I here stand before you this afternoon to read this statement on behalf of my Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Sidi S.K. Njai. To this end, it is an honor and a privilege for me to address this August Assembly on behalf of the National Assembly of the Republic of the Gambia and its people, on a theme that resonates profoundly with the aspirations of our peoples and the responsibilities entrusted to us as legislators. The theme, nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for future generations. Madam President, allow me at this outset to commend the Interparliamentary Union for its unwavering commitment to strengthening parliamentary diplomacy and promoting democratic governance across the globe. At a time when the world is confronted with complex and interrelated challenges ranging from conflicts, inequalities, to climate change and democratic backsliding, this Assembly provides a pivotal role for collective reflection and decisive actions. Madam President, cultivating hope is the cornerstone upon which resilient societies are built and is the foundation for sustainable development. It is what inspires citizens to believe in the promise of a better future and motivates governments to pursue inclusive and sustainable development. In the Gambia, we have made significant strides in consolidating democracy and restoring public confidence in state institutions through constitutional reforms, strengthened oversight mechanisms, and enhanced citizen engagement. Our parliament continues to play a pivotal role in fostering transparency and accountability. However, Madam President, nurturing hope requires more than institutional reforms. It demands deliberate investments in education, youth empowerment, and economic opportunities. Our young people, who constitute the majority of our population, Madam President, must be equipped with the skills, knowledge, and opportunities to thrive in an increasingly competitive and interconnected world. As parliamentarians, we must therefore enact forward-looking policies that prioritize human capital development, bridge inequalities, and promote social inclusion. By doing so, we not only nurture hope, but lay the foundation for sustainable peace and prosperity. Madam President, peace is not merely the absence of conflict. It is the presence of justice, equity, and respect for human dignity. Today, across the globe, persistent conflicts and emerging threats continue to undermine stability and development. In our sub-region of West Africa, we are witnessing evolving security challenges, including terrorism, political instability, and transnational crimes. These threats require coordinated and sustained responses rooted in dialogue, cooperation, and respect for rule of law. The Gambia remains steadfast in its commitment to peace building and conflict prevention. Our experiences demonstrate that inclusive governance, respect for human rights, and strong democratic institutions are essential pillars for lasting peace. Parliaments have a critical role to play in this regard. Through legislative action, budgetary oversight, and representation, we must ensure that national policies address the root causes of conflict, including poverty, marginalization, and injustice. Furthermore, Madam President, parliamentary diplomacy, championed by the Inter-Parliamentary Union, offers a unique avenue for fostering mutual understanding and restoring understanding and resolve dispute through dialogue rather than confrontation. We must continue to strengthen this platform to promote peace and stability across regions. Madam President, justice is the bedrock of any democratic society. Ensuring justice is both a moral and legal imperative, and without justice, peace cannot endure and hope cannot flourish. In the Gambia, the pursuit of justice has been central to our democratic transition through transitional justice mechanisms, including truth-seeking and accountability process. We have sought to address past injustice and lay the groundwork for national reconciliation. Our parliament has been instrumental in supporting these efforts by enacting legislation, providing oversight, and amplifying the voices of victims. This commitment reflects our belief that justice must not only be done, but must be seen to be done. At a global level, we must reaffirm our commitment to upholding international law, protecting human rights, and ensuring access to justice for all, especially the most vulnerable, including women, children, and marginalized communities.
Conclude, please.
Madam President, our responsibility to future generations, the theme of this assembly calls upon us to look beyond immediate concerns and consider the legacy we leave for future generations. Our decision today, whether in relation to governance, security, and environmental stewardship, we will shape the world that our children, grandchildren inherit. Madam President, in conclusion, the challenges we face are formidable, but they are not insurmountable. By working together through dialogue, cooperation, and shared commitment, we can build a world where hope thrives, peace prevails, and justice is guaranteed for all. Let us seize the opportunity presented by the Assembly to renew our collective efforts and translate our commitments into tangible actions. that will benefit the present and the future generation. On my behalf, on the behalf of the National Assembly of the Republic of the Gambia, I reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the principle
Your
and
time is
of
over,
the Interparliamentary
please.
Union.
Your time is over.
I thank you for your kind attention.
Now Estonia, after it Switzerland.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we live in an era in which uncertainty is increasingly affecting everyday life of people. Most of this uncertainty is global, a result of international relations gone wrong. Reducing that uncertainty is one of the most important responsibilities we as parliamentarians share. Stability between states comes from clear rules, open communication, and the willingness to resolve disagreements peacefully. Respecting agreements, honoring commitments, and engaging in negotiations are practical tools that make the international environment more predictable and safer for everyone. Disagreements between states are inevitable. We have different interests, histories, and perspectives, and they will always exist. What matters is how those disagreements are handled. When states continue to speak one another, even when discussions are difficult, tensions can be managed. Meaningful dialogue depends on the fundamental principle, the equality of states. No country's size, whether measured in population, territory, economic strength, or historical influence, gives a greater rights than others. No state can legitimately claim special permission to ignore common rules. When this principle is undermined, diplomacy loses its foundation and uncertainty replaces trust. Building a more stable future requires restoring trust in dialogue as a continuous process, not a last resort. It means investing in diplomacy, supporting mediation efforts, and ensuring that disputes are addressed through negotiations rather than coercion. The choice before us is clear. We can allow pressure, unilateral action, and force to define the global environment, or we can reaffirm dialogue, equality, and rules as the basis for cooperation. We have to give future generations something practical and durable, a world where problems are addressed at the table, not on the battlefield. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now we give the floor for Switzerland, followed by Burkina Faso.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente, Chair.
Thank you, Madam President, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank our host, the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, for its warm welcome to Istanbul. The topic of our debate is extremely important. It talks about peace, hope, and justice. And above all, it recalls one simple thing. The decisions that we take today will impact the lives of future generations. For us, in Switzerland, we hear this clear call. We understand that hope does not come out of nothing. It comes from specific expectations. It grows when citizens find clear answers, which are equitable and embedded in reality. It grows when citizens can trust their institutions. Democracy, ladies and gentlemen, is not just a system. It's an attitude. It is the determination to listen to and respect others. It is the dialogue between people who do not always think the same way. We in Switzerland believe in a culture of dialogue and seeking shared solutions. Consensus is part of our day-to-day life. We believe that a society is strong when no one is left behind. A democracy, if it wants to be strong, has to hear everyone's voice, those of youth, of women, the elderly, minorities, and I would also say the voice of individuals living with a disability. Allow me also to recall the conclusions of the July 2025 summit of women speakers held in Geneva and presided over by Ms. Maya Rineker, who was president of the Swiss National Council at that time. The message that came out of that summit was clear. A strong democracy needs open, safe and respectful institutions. Equality cannot simply remain a promise, it needs to become a reality. When a person encounters barriers, that is not just that person's problem, it is rather a signal for society as a whole that action needs to be taken. Because a fair and just society needs to be accessible to all. It needs to allow everyone to participate fully in public life. Today, in many countries, we see an increase in mistrust, fear, and polarization. We also see conflict, inequality, and great uncertainty. In this context, we have a major responsibility. We need to protect trust and indeed restore it if necessary. We need to stand up for credible institutions. We need to breathe life into our democracies, make them close to citizens, but that is still not enough. Politics is not just about thinking of the next election. It's about thinking long-term, thinking about children, young people, the world that we will be leaving them. And peace and justice are also part of this vision. And we understand that there are multiple challenges. The climate is changing and inequalities remain. Poverty still exists. Hunger is affecting too many people still, and there are multiple conflicts which are impacting our world. And in a difficult context, new technologies are also making very quick progress. For example, AI might make significant contributions, but it also raises genuine questions. Who decides? Who controls? Who protects human dignity? Who protects our freedoms? Progress needs to serve humanity, and that's why parliaments play such a key role. We have to make fair laws. We need to oversee government's work. We need to prepare ourselves for the future with responsibility and integrity, and we need to recognize our responsibility to future generations who themselves cannot vote, but they depend on what we do today. So let us stay on track. Let us rebuild and safeguard trust in democracy and our institutions. Let them be alive, open, and above all, human. Let us take decisions not based on our personal interest, but the common good in the future. Let us work together for a fairer world, a peaceful world, and a world of dignity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And allow me to give the floor to Burkina Faso, to be followed by Ireland. Madam President, Speakers of Parliament, honourable members of the IPU, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, on behalf of the people and Speaker of Burkina Faso, allow me to express my sincere, warm greetings, thanks to the government and people of Turkey, and thank you for taking into account what I'm about to say. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes international meetings take on greater importance. They become fora for a joint reflection process, and this is one of those meetings. Across the world, we are seeing fracture and division, and the certainties of yesterday are giving rise to serious questioning of the current framework, and sometimes very brutally. We are seeing that peace has yet to be consolidated around the world. And in that context, this theme, nurturing hope, securing peace and ensuring justice for future generations, is of vital importance today. It is a strategic and moral obligation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, nurturing hope doesn't mean denying the importance of the crises we face, but it is a compass that should guide us. It should be built with ongoing efforts, with coherent public policies, with credible institutions, and with strong societies that are capable of building resilience. And for parliamentarians like ourselves, that means we should step up to the plate. We should adopt laws, we should anticipate, protect, and provide guidance. And in Burkina Faso, that responsibility is part of the transformational process that we have undergone. We have a strategy to take advantage of our resources, of our people, and seek sustainable development for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, peace isn't just the absence of conflict. It involves a number of conditions: mutual recognition, fairness at the international level, respect for sovereignty. And in the region of the Sahel, peace is being built in a particularly challenging environment where security challenges go hand in hand with humanitarian and social challenges. And our people are showing tremendous resilience in their ongoing commitment to stability. They show that stability must be built with partnerships, with collaboration, and with cohesion in our society. Ladies and gentlemen, this Interparliamentary Assembly is taking part at a historic moment of the refoundation of our states, where parliaments have a role to play in seeking to achieve our shared vision of sovereignty, independence, and harmonious development. Burkina Faso undertakes to play its role to the full, so that this organization keeps its promises and achieves the noble objectives that it has set itself. Colleagues, sustainable peace cannot come without credible justice. And for credible justice to be achieved, it must be perceived as being just, impartial, and accessible, and in line with people's aspirations, both nationally and internationally. All over the world where we continue to see imbalances, there mustn't be double standards. The quest for justice must go hand in hand with an attempt to seek balance in international relations. That's why the states of the Sahel Alliance, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, have come together to reiterate their sovereignty and seek common solutions to their specific context. It's not a question of breaking with the past, but it's to try to build a fairer international system based on mutual respect and shared responsibility. Our collective responsibility today is to ensure that hope isn't simply a geographical privilege for some. Peace mustn't be selective, and justice must be for all. In other words, we need to ensure that these principles are universal in nature, and that means going further than our previous practices. It means showing greater willingness to cooperate. And if we are to have one single common ambition, it should be to ensure that future generations inherit a secure world, but a fairer one as well. Distinguished colleagues, the Parliament of Burkina Faso and my delegation, through me, are delighted to be here and participate in this exchange. And we sincerely hope that we have successful deliberations. Long live parliamentary democracy, long live Burkina Faso, and long live the Alliance of Sahel States. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا. والآن أود أن
Thank you very much indeed. And the Speaker of Botswana will now be taking over from me in the chair once again.
Chairperson, fellow parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honour for me to address you here today. The theme of this debate, nurturing hope, securing peace and ensuring justice for future generations, goes to the heart of a responsibility that we share together as parliamentarians. Our role is not only to respond to the immediate challenges before us, but to make decisions that give people confidence in the future. Decisions that help sustain hope, secure peace, and deliver justice for generations to come. That responsibility is fundamental to parliamentary democracy. 80 years on from the founding of the United Nations, our institutions and values are under increasing strain. Conflict, inequality, climate disruption, the erosion of democratic norms, and rapid technological change are no longer separate challenges. They are interconnected pressures that shape daily life for people everywhere, particularly for younger generations. If hope is to endure, parliaments must continue to show that democracy can still deliver real outcomes. In Ireland, strengthening trust in democratic institutions has been a central focus of parliamentary reform in recent years. Our Parliament has taken concrete steps to improve transparency, accessibility and accountability. This includes expanding committee scrutiny, strengthening research and budgetary oversight, and placing greater emphasis on public engagement and education. These efforts are making a difference. In 2024 alone, more than 68,000 people visited Leinster House, the home of our national parliament. Many more engaged with our work online, with 2.55 million visits to our website and thousands following parliamentary activity through digital channels. Our education programme reaches over 7,600 students, both on-site and online. During 2024, this level of engagement shows that when people can see democracy at work, trust can be built. Sustainable and forward-looking lawmaking also requires foresight. In Ireland, the Houses of the Oireachtas supports this through pre-legislative scrutiny by parliamentary committees, strong oversight and accountability mechanisms, and the use of legislative frameworks designed to endure. One example of the Climate Action and Low Carbon Development Act 2021, which sets out clear targets in law and establishes the structures and processes needed to meet our national, EU and international climate obligations over the short and long term. Parliaments must also respond carefully and responsibly to technological change. Artificial intelligence intelligence has enormous potential, but without democratic oversight, it also carries real risks to human rights, accountability and social cohesion. Ireland's Parliament is therefore developing a responsible AI framework grounded in a risk-based approach and aligned with the EU AI Act and the guidelines for the responsible use of AI in the public service. Parliamentary diplomacy remains another essential instrument for peace. As elected legislators, we bring democratic legitimacy to international dialogue and multilateral cooperation. Ireland's Parliament is actively involved in interparliamentary institutions, regularly hosts international assemblies and is preparing to support the parliamentary dimension of Ireland's presidency of the Council of the European Union in 2026. At a time of profound global uncertainty, sustained parliamentary dialogues help uphold international law, reinforce multilateralism and keep cooperation possible. Securing justice for future generations also means ensuring that our political institutions reflect the societies they serve. While progress has been made, gaps remain, particularly when it comes to youth participation. In Ireland, reforms aimed at creating a more family-friendly and inclusive parliament alongside equality, diversity and inclusion initiatives seek to remove structural barriers to political engagement. The United Nations Pact for the Future and its declaration on future generations remind us that the long-term thinking must be embedded in our institutions, not left to goodwill or chance. Parliaments are uniquely placed to do this through legislative oversight and budgetary decisions, and by strengthening the multilateral system so that it can respond effectively to a changing world. Hope is not passive. It requires belief, but it also requires action. It is built through credible institutions, inclusive decision-making, respect for international law, and a willingness to look forward short political cycles. Parliaments can make real hope and lasting when we choose cooperation over division, adapt a long-term perspective and prioritise the safety, rights and well-being of our people. Let us ensure when future generations look back on this moment, they see parliaments that accept their responsibilities, work for peace, upheld justice and left our democratic institutions stronger than we found them. Carv Míle Maithagad. Thank you.
Thank you, Ireland. My name is Dita Peloke-Orape, the Speaker of the National Assembly of the Great Republic of Botswana. I'll be your chair until 5 o'clock when the emergency item comes in. I'll now call on Iran.
Shall I come up? Hold it. Thank you. Good. Bismillah ar-Rahman.
In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful. His Excellency is reciting some verses from the Holy Book of Quran. Mr. Chairperson, Honorable Speakers of Parliament, distinguished representatives, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to sincerely appreciate the friendly and brotherly government and people of Turkey for the warm reception of hosting this meeting, and extend my appreciation to the esteemed President and Secretary General of IPU, as well as the Secretariat team for their efforts in organizing this session. Excellencies, my delegation and I are participating in this meeting from a country that over the past 10 months has been subjected to 2 military wars and 1 armed terrorist coup. The United States criminal administration and the illegitimate usurping and child-killing Israeli Zionist regime declared that their objective in these two military aggressions and in orchestrating the terrorist coup was the overthrow of the Islamic Republic of Iran and the disintegration of my country. In May 2025, the United States, through a tactical maneuver and by conveying a message via another country, requested negotiations. With the mediation of Oman, 5 rounds of negotiations were held. However, prior to the next round, the Zionist regime, in coordination with the United States, formally initiated its first war in June of last year by bombing 3 Iranian nuclear facilities under the supervision of the International Atomic Energy Agencies, as well as other cities. So after 12 days, when they saw signs of defeat, they requested for a ceasefire. And they tried to start a civil war, like what happened so many years ago. The U.S. president, in his message to the armed rioters, encouraged them to kill civilians on the street and said that help is on the way. By making use of the Israeli and American weapons, hundreds of mosques, schools, and hospitals were set ablaze, and more than 2,700 innocent civilians were martyred. Coup, of course, was defeated as well once again. Ladies and gentlemen, regrettably, the United States did not draw lessons, and once again, the United States called for negotiations. Despite the lack of trust in the United States and its record of unfulfilled commitments, and in order to demonstrate to the international community that Mr. Trump does not adhere to international law conventions, we accepted negotiations mediated by Oman, and 2 rounds of talks were held in Geneva. Before the 3rd round of negotiations could begin, the United States and the Israeli regime launched the 3rd and most extensive military operation, accompanied by terrorist actions against the Islamic Republic of Iran on Saturday, February 28th of this year. The United States and Israeli Zionists martyred Imam Khamenei, who was my supreme leader, and on different occasions they threatened to assassinate our senior officials. They knew that my supreme leader was living in his small house like ordinary people, so he was assassinated in his office in an act of state terrorism. The martyred Imam Khamenei was not only a political and religious leader of the Iranian people, and our nation and brave fighters will hold the perpetrators of this crime accountable, but he was also a religious authority for hundreds of millions of Muslims around the world. His assassination constitutes grounds for a broader conflict against the Islamic world, for which they must be held accountable. Distinguished participants, allow me to share one of the most heartbreaking scenes of this tragedy. Among all the brutal attacks, the strike on Shajar Tayyib Girls School in Minab City on the first day of aggression revealed the true nature and color of the aggressors. On an ordinary morning, teenage girls of this land were seated behind the school desk with a smile, books, and aspirations. Of course, you can see their school bags. You can see their school bags. Distinguished participants, A total of 168 innocent students, along with several teachers, were killed in this airstrike. Ladies and gentlemen, the Islamic Republic of Iran has never initiated a war. However, the endurance of Iran's history, civilization, and beliefs over thousands of years is rooted in its firm determination to defend itself against any aggression. Of course, the American operation failed in south of Isfahan, and the Zionist regime is approaching its clasp. And Trump, of course, will see defeat. And butcher of Tel Aviv, Netanyahu, like what happened during 33-day war, they have no action but to accept the defeat. Of course, our positions and legitimate demands are clear. One, first, we will exercise our inherent and undeniable right to self-defense under Article 51 of the United Nations Charter, and beyond that, in accordance with the Quranic directive to respond proportionately to aggression. Two, we demand compensation for damages resulting from the two recent wars waged by the United States and the Zionists against our country. This is the last piece. This is the last part. We expect IPU to take accountable decisions towards developments worldwide. IPU should play its own independent role. In this regard, we advise IPU to condemn the Israeli and American attack against the Islamic Republic of Iran. Venezuelan Speaker of Parliament was abducted. A martyrdom of the Iranian Speaker of Parliament, Dr. Larijani, was martyred. And the Israeli Knesset to adopt the hanging execution punishment for Iran should be condemned at IPU. Thank you very much for your attention.
We all have a lot to say, but the rules are that all the presentations are timed. So please, let's try to observe the time that we are given. I pray for that utmost cooperation. I will now call upon Norway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates of the Assembly. Democracy and freedom in the world are under strain. Francis Fukuyama wrote in his legendary piece, The End of History and Lost Man, in the wake of the Cold War, that the fall of the Soviet Union and the end point of mankind ideological evolution and under civilization of Western liberal democracies as the final form for human government. Unfortunately, Fukuyama was proven wrong. Today, there are more autocracies than democracies in the world. That has indeed sincere implications in the international community for the exercise of human rights, the rule of law, freedom of speech, and, of course, also women's rights. Populations who still live under the true democracy must never take those rights for granted. Norway is closely integrated in the NATO, and we support international initiatives in the United Nations to support civil society organizations in autocracies to build strong coalitions to stand up for injustice. Let me be quite frank. Norway's commitments to NATO as is one of our most important security guarantees. Without hesitation, it's also unshakable. Together with our allies, we are increasing our defense budgets. We are improving also our relations with the United States. And we are actively protecting our borders on land, sea, and in the air. We are, however, forced to prioritize deterrence because we have no other choice. The war in Europe, Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine is unacceptable. And we are now already in the 4th year of the full-scale invasion. Only Russia can stop this war, and Norway supports any initiative to end it and protect the unrestricted sovereignty of Ukraine. Together with allies, Norway's military support to Ukraine is crucial to maintain its defense capabilities and also to protect civilians' lives. Norway will always defend human rights and stand up for justice. And ironically enough, since the Islamic Revolution in 1979, the Iranian population have been terrorized by their own government. After the Iranian nuclear deal pathetically terminated in 2018, the human rights situation deteriorated even more. The Masha Amini protests, propelled by the death of her in the police custody after she was arrested for violating Iran's Sharia laws by wearing the hijab improperly, revealed the true face of the Iranian regime. The protests that followed resulted in hundreds of killings of Iranians. Iranian women suffer every single day under this systematic repression expressed by the Iranian regime. And I have to say that Norway has not forgotten you, and I'm also very proud that Narges Mohammadi was a worthy winner of the Nobel Peace Prize. The 2025-26 anti-regime protests have not only been the largest mass uprising since the 1979 Islamic Revolution, it has been the largest massacre in modern Iranian history. The death toll has not been officially confirmed, but a variety of reports suggest tens of thousands of civilian casualties. That's not acceptable. Last year, the regime executed at least 1,600 people, the highest number reported since 1989. Many of them were simply exercised by basic human rights and freedom of expression. We must not forget the face of evil, and we must stand together also in this assembly. So, dear parliamentarians, we live in a more turbulent world order, and autocracies are on the rise, democracies are falling, and human rights are under pressure. On behalf of the Norwegian delegation, I urge the Assembly to stand for freedom, democracy, and human rights, and that we never must take it for granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. I'll now call upon Mozambique. Mozambique, you have the floor.
Mr. President, tenho a honra de tomar a palavra em nome.
I have the honor to take the floor on behalf of Her Excellency Margarida Lapa, Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Mozambique, to express our gratitude to the Parliament, to the government, to the people of Turkey for the excellent organization of this assembly. I'd like to greet the Secretary General of IPU, Mr. Martin Chungang, for the extraordinary work and dedication to the cause, to this organization during his tenure. Mr. Chair, we are gathered here in Istanbul today, guided by the spirit of interparliamentary cooperation and by the theme of this session, cultivating hope, guaranteeing peace, and ensuring justice for future generations. This is a theme of great importance and scope. It faithfully reflects the challenges of today's reality and the sacred hope of our peoples to build peace and justice in the world. For this reason, building peace and justice is an imperative of our parliaments as supreme custodians of the will of our peoples. Between and among nations, peace and justice go hand in hand. Peace is a fragile building that cannot endure unless it is founded on justice. 80 years on, the United Nations Charter remains relevant to our times and important given this matter. The objectives and principles enshrined therein are deeply rooted in the protection of future and present generations against the scourge of war, in the promotion of hope for a better future, and in guaranteeing peace through justice. Today, in a world facing new and complex challenges, from the resurgence of conflicts to the climate crisis, we should dedicate our efforts to our duty to the present and the future. This is the building that our people, the Mozambican people, has tried to build since its independence 50 years ago. Today, this endeavor has taken shape, namely in what we call the National Inclusive Dialogue, launched in 2025 under the leadership of His Excellency President Daniel Chapo, President of the Republic of Mozambique. This dialogue aims to consolidate national unity, ensure national peace and security, strengthen social cohesion, and drive the progress and well-being of our people. In this context, every tree we plant in the field of conflict resolution, every dialogue we engage through social consultation, and every fair judicial decision we make is a brick in the construction of a space where present and future generations can live in complete tranquility. This is a key role that our Parliament has been playing in passing laws that underpin dialogue in society as a whole, with a view to lasting peace and harmony. In this context, we wish to encourage interparliamentary cooperation that we have enjoyed with other parliaments in other countries. Such interaction contributes to the strengthening of our democracy and to the sharing of our experiences as elected representatives of the people. We hope that we will live here with more solidarity, renewed commitment that our relationships will be a strong basis for a better and brighter tomorrow. Thank you.
Mozambique.
Thank you.
We'll now have Tunisia. Tunisia, you have the floor.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, Your Excellency, President of the General Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it is a source of great pride and honor for us to be here in Istanbul to take part to this session of the General Assembly. In this context, I would like to convey to you the greetings of His Excellency Ibrahim Bouderbella, Speaker of the Tunisian Parliament. On behalf of myself and on behalf of the Tunisian delegation, we should like to extend our deepest gratitude to all those who participated in the preparation of this session of the IPU, namely the Grand National Assembly of Turkey. Mr. President, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, our general debate coincides with armed conflicts that are very violent and that have spared no region. We have seen an alarming escalation recently. These international events have deepened tensions in international relations, and this calls upon us as representatives of our people to uphold the principles upon which this long-standing organization was built, namely establishing peace and security by consecrating dialogue and resorting to peaceful means and diplomatic parliamentary action to solve disputes and conflicts. The situation is very alarming indeed. We are about to see a full-scale explosion, and this is why my country has engaged in bilateral and multilateral events regionally and internationally. Most important of which, the activities and functions organized by the IPU to counter blatant and flagrant violations of the UN Charter and international law, and also the mechanisms that aim to activate parliamentary diplomacy tools so as to achieve sustainable development, peace, prosperity, and stability in our world. Ladies and gentlemen, we wonder today, how can the United Nations Security Council, which has adopted a resolution in 2006 stressing the importance of peace, security, development, and human rights, are intrinsically related principles, how can it not undertake the necessary reform, especially in the face of the Zionist entity that has dragged the Middle East region into a long-lasting war? It has even gone further to undermine international legitimacy and credibility. It has interpreted and construed the principle of self-defense according to its own narrow interests. This severely and dangerously jeopardizes international humanitarian assistance and action in conflict zones. This means that the international order is about to collapse. And this is why Tunisia condemns the alarming military escalation witnessed by the Middle East region. This warns from a widening scope of the conflict and a full-scale sliding into utter chaos. In this regard, and in light of these dangerous circumstances, we must remain attached to the sovereignty of all states. We must condemn with the strongest of terms the undermining of states' sovereignty and territorial integrity. In this context, we express our full solidarity with all brethren in Arab states that were targeted by attacks. We call upon parliaments to strengthen ties of good and neighborly relations and to uphold the Islamic Cooperation Charter. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we call upon the free parliamentarians of the world to truly tell us, how can we continue staying idle in the face of the crimes perpetrated by Israel against the elderly, the children, and I'm talking here about crimes of displacement, crimes of forced starvation, ethnic cleansing. The future generations, the newborns, the children have not been spared by these war crimes and crimes against humanity. We underscore the situation in Tunisia and the position that we have adopted to stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people and the respect of its right to establish its sovereign and independent state on all the Palestinian territories, with East Jerusalem as its capital. We stand in full solidarity with our brothers in Lebanon in the face of the Zionist attacks that undermine its sovereignty, stability, and security. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Tunisia is very proud of its brotherly ties with our Arab counterparts and Islamic nations. We are fully committed to the principles of international law, and we remain attached to the settlement of disputes through peaceful means. We call for an immediate halt to military action, to go back to wisdom and rationality, and to go back to the table of dialogue, the process of negotiations in order to spare the lives of innocent civilians and to preserve the richness of the peoples of our region. Once again, we assure you that Tunisia will continue the process of democratic transition. We will continue working on building our democratic institutions according to the Constitution of 2022. We renew our commitment to the protection of human rights in all of their forms and dimensions. We are committed to consecrating public liberties and freedoms for all our citizens. We are working tirelessly to invest our resources and capacities to achieve comprehensive and sustainable development for all factions of our society according to the principles of social justice. This gives us hope in a promising future, and this strengthens the confidence of the people in their institutions. We convey to you the greetings of the Tunisian people. May the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you all.
Thank you, Tunisia. We'll now have Turkmenistan. Turkmenistan, you have the floor.
And for the high-level organization of this important conference. The main theme of today's assembly, nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for future generations, is not only a requirement of our time, but also a strategic path for the future of all humanity. The close and coordinated cooperation between the IPU and the United Nations is one of the key opportunities for finding effective solutions to contemporary global challenges and for ensuring the full triumph of the inviolable norms of international law within the world community. Distinguished participants of the conference, today, in the era of the global conflicts intensification, the importance of parliamentary diplomacy is ensuring peace and security is immense. As institutions representing the will of the people, parliaments help organize direct and open dialogues between states. The peaceful resolution of various regional issues is a guarantee of security and sustainable development, not only for those regions, but for their entire world. As noted, the theme of justice and future generation is aimed at ensuring a happy life today for the young generation, the masters of tomorrow. Developing concrete legal and social foundations now to protect the interests of future generations is strategic importance. Dear participants of the conference, Turkmenistan as a state committed to the principles of neutrality and the philosophies of dialogue is a guarantee of peace, and peace through of development supports the enhancement of the rule of international law. Our esteemed President attended the 80th anniversary session of the United Nations General Assembly and outlined our country's priorities and initiatives for strengthening international cooperation as a neutral state. Our country's purposeful initiatives to increase the rule of international law as well as to strengthen trust and dialogue will play a sustainable role in consolidating global peace, cooperation, and in ensuring sustainable development. Turkmenistan attaches great importance to developing equal and mutually beneficial relations with the countries of the world, both bilaterally and within the framework of prestigious international organizations such as the United Nations. Today, developing the established political diplomatic relations between our countries under modern conditions is among the main tasks. Strengthening cooperation in trade, economic, and cultural humanitarian affairs will be beneficial for both sides. Dear friends, dear colleagues, We believe that this 152nd Assembly of the IPU will be a starting point for new solutions and friendly relations that will turn the hopes of future generations into reality. Our joint efforts should serve the triumph of sustainable peace and justice in the world. Today, the only way to maintain peace and stability in the world is to adhere to the norms of international law. In this regard, Turkmenistan proposed the initiative to declare 2028 as the year of international law. The main goals of this initiative were to strengthen the fundamental principles of the United Nations Charter, to restore mutual trust and respect in interstate relations, to bequeath to future generations a normally functioning, just world protected by international law. We call upon the member states of the IPU and esteemed parliamentarians to support this initiative of Turkmenistan, because only through the triumph of international law can we ensure sustainable peace in the world. We believe that the joint work of the IPU and the United Nations should be taken to a new level. This cooperation should not only be limited to finding positive solutions to global problems, but should also ensure the strict observance of international law norms worldwide and become a stable mechanism for justice in interstate relations. May the Istanbul Assembly serve the friendship of the peoples of the world, peace and the high dignity of international law. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Turkmenistan. I will now call upon Austria. Austria, followed by Peru. Austria, you have the floor.
Honorable President, honorable speakers, colleagues, allow me to begin by expressing my gratitude to our esteemed Turkish hosts for organizing this assembly at a critical time of global challenges. We gather here today in Istanbul, a city that built bridges for centuries, uniting continents and cultures. As a host to major international organizations, Austria is honored to engage in this general debate under the theme Nurturing Hope, Securing Peace and Ensuring Justice for Future Generations, reaffirming our dedication to diplomacy, dialogue and global peace. I was somewhat astonished to hear Austria was mentioned in the speech from President Kurtulus yesterday in a negative context, referencing former politician Jörg Haider. Isn't it that exactly why we are here? To promote open dialogue instead of deepening divisions through political hostility or one-sided narratives. If this forum stands for anything, it should be the willingness to engage respectfully, even where views differ, and to confront complex histories with nuance, not reduction. This goal of diplomacy, dialogue and global peace is not abstract. It is a current political mandate for parliamentarians to take responsibility and strengthen democracy, trust and, most importantly, laying the foundation for future generations. Hope is nurtured while people feel their concerns are heard and represented. It arises from security, economic stability, and trust that political decisions serve the public interest. Hope grows where states take responsibility for their citizens, their culture, and their future. This, ladies and gentlemen, begins at home in our parliaments. Peace is not created by ceasefires alone. This is only where it begins. In many conflicts, including the Middle East, the situation remains tense. Peace must be actively secured. Sovereign and strong nations are the basis of stable international relations. With this in mind, we must ask ourselves, How do we build a basis for political dialogue instead of aggression? Peace and stability lead to global economic stability. It requires fair rules, counter protectionism, lower trade barriers, limit tax avoidance by multinational corporations, and controlled migration policies. Economic cooperation must remain balanced and respect national sovereignty. Peacekeeping also requires the cooperation through stable and effective multilateral institutions. The ongoing debate on reforms for the United Nations and other global bodies reflects this necessity. The Austrian Parliament has become a center for education in democracy, supporting young people in understanding and exercising their rights in parliamentary democracy and to actively engage in society and politics. Furthermore, the Austrian government maintains a strong commitment to citizens' initiatives and referendum petitions. We also uphold free and secure elections for all our citizens. Another pillar of our constitution is neutrality, which strengthens our position as a small but stable and secure state. The Austrian Parliamentary Association provides a platform for members of parliament from all parliamentary parties to come together and establish a solid foundation for dialogue and constructive exchange. Furthermore, Austria, as a host and foundation for many international organizations, stands as a symbol of dialogue and the pursuit for peace and hope. Ladies and gentlemen, parliamentarians are more than lawmakers. They build bridges connecting people across generations, regions, and political ideologies. Despite all obstacles, differences, and challenges, dialogue is the only tool that unites us. If we fail to sustain it, conflict and war will follow. To nurture hope, secure peace, and ensure justice for future generations, we must remain firmly grounded in responsibility, rational judgment, and strong democratic institutions. Only then we can build a future that is not only aspirational, but truly sustainable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Austria. I'll now call upon Peru, followed by Italy. Peru, you have the floor.
Yes, good afternoon, President, colleagues. It's an honor for me to participate in this 152nd IPU Assembly, discussing a theme of the deepest importance for our mission and our responsibilities as representatives of our peoples, nurturing hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for future generations. Last Sunday in Peru, we initiated a general election as part of a democratic process where a new bicameral parliament will be elected. It will come into a 5-year term starting in July this year. It's an important landmark in our institutional history. We're returning to a bicameral system after having had 8 decades of a unicameral system. This reflects a firm belief that we need to build better laws and build policies based on a vision of the future from the future committees, for example. However, the challenges that we face go further than this. We are committed to overcoming poverty and reducing inequality, but at the same time we're facing a fundamental challenge, which is the defense of our democratic institutions. Our country has been through critical moments recently. We've been witness to the decision to depart from the constitutional order when Pedro Castillo, the president at the time, announced in December 2022 the closure of Congress, in trying to establish a dictatorship. But thanks to the institutions who stood firm, the Congress, the citizenship, it was possible to stop a coup. And now we have democratic elections saying that democracy needs to be defended clearly, even in its most difficult moments. In the first term for the period 2022 to 2026, we noted the complexity of the situation, recognizing our responsibility to restore democratic order and guarantee the Constitution. I would like to express our thanks to the international community, which, through the IPU in particular, and the Latin American political group, Power Latino and Eurolap, to all of those who have provided support to our country in times of danger. Democracy has been an extremely important instrument, not only for dialogue, but also for defending democratic values. Another of the challenges we face in our democracies is the impact of new technologies, and in particular, artificial intelligence. This is a tool which has huge opportunities to improve our lives, but significant risks, especially for fundamental rights, privacy, freedom of expression, and non-discrimination. In Peru, we've made progress by adopting Law 31/814, which promotes the use of artificial intelligence in favor of economic and social development. We also have a number of legal initiatives which seek to regulate its use and prevent its misuse. It's important to increase participation of young generation in the political life of the country. Last year, we established the Forum of Young Parliamentarians for Peru, a part of the IPU. We see that's an important forum for dialogue. Many parts of the world today are seeing armed conflict, are seeing cross-border challenges threatening peace and security, and ongoing social, economic, and environmental difficulties which affect millions of people. In this context, we need to reaffirm the value of cooperation and dialogue between nations. In this light, with these threats, our response needs to be more democracy, better institutions, and a firmer commitment to human dignity, focusing on our young people and future generations. We recognize the responsibility of promoting hope, securing peace, and ensuring justice for a safer, more human, more united world. Thank you very much.
I'll now call upon Italy. Thank you, Peru. Italy. Italy, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, President. Honorable colleagues, 8 years after the creation of the United Nations, we are called upon to think about our mission and how topical it still is, to save future generations from the scourge of war, to promote human rights, and to build an international order based on justice and cooperation. Today, the global scenario is marked by profound and complex challenges. Armed conflicts are on the rise, inequalities are growing, and trust in democratic institutions is falling. Concurrently, phenomena such as climate change, forced migration, and the fast-paced evolution of new technology, particularly artificial intelligence, are radically transforming our societies, often unpredictably. The ongoing war in Ukraine has posed a challenge to the European order that was set up after 1991, sparking once again debates on collective security, NATO's role, and energy routes. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict, despite the agreed-upon peace plan, is still an open wound, given that Netanyahu's government is doing all it can to thwart all efforts supporting a peaceful coexistence. But it's clear to everyone that there can be no peace in the region until the two-people, two-state solution is implemented, with the creation of a Palestinian state. The US-Israel joint attack on Iran and the neighboring countries has further stepped up the regional clash and constantly risks triggering an escalation. The agreement for a truce was an initial encouraging sign of the de-escalation, but the subsequent stalemate in the peace negotiation has highlighted how uncertain the situation remains. The war has shattered all balances, and it will remain fragile if the ceasefire is not implemented across the entire area, in particular in Lebanon. And there are many other conflicts hotspots in the world which do not make the newspaper headlines. Many of these conflicts risk spreading beyond their geographical boundaries, becoming regional conflicts embedded in geopolitical scenario that is already very unstable, seeping into the open contradiction of our societies. Unfortunately, some now think that the logic of force may prevail over respect for international law. That would mark the end of the world we had dreamt of, as well as a dangerous regression for mankind. The new geopolitical tension and the great powers' tendency to make strategic decisions hastily and often unilaterally have paved the way for the new actors and new cooperation models, often regional models such as the BRICS or the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, for solving issues of common interest, bypassing multilateral fora, whose regulatory function is usually perceived as bothersome. But if truth be told, tools such as the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development can crucially guide our policies towards a more fair and more sustainable future, just as the contribution of the International Court of Justice is paramount for ensuring compliance with the rules. Choosing multilateralism when it comes to relations between states is not an option, it's a necessity. Today, the multilateral system struggles to adequately rise to new challenges, and some rules should be reassessed. But the ineffectiveness we are currently witnessing as a number of fronts cannot be an alibi for dismissing it as redundant. Indeed, its future will depend on the international institution's ability to adapt to an ever more multipolarized world. Today, a new approach is needed to guarantee peace. Preventing armed conflicts no longer suffice. It's necessary to address the root causes, such as poverty, inequalities, injustice, and environmental degradation. Finally, clearly, this is an effort we cannot ignore, for it directly involves our responsibility towards the younger generation, who cannot be handed a hatred-ravaged world. The path we must walk is neither easy nor short, but it's the only reasonable one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Italy. We'll now have the European Parliament before the two rights of replies. European Parliament, you have the floor.
Dear friends, it is an honor to speak on behalf of the European Parliament and its President, Roberta Metsola, but to speak on behalf of the people of Europe, of the European Union. We are members of Parliament, and we represent people who want to live in peace, because where there's no peace, there's no development, no environment, no international relations. We heard Georgina yesterday. Wasn't she cute? Wasn't she inspiring? And she said it very clearly. Already today on the Kilimanjaro, there's no more snow. Tomorrow, all the glaciers will be gone. So we are talking about a future that is already today. We don't talk about something abstract in the past. Now, many may see Europe as a place of privilege. And I would like to remind you something from earlier this year. For sure, it is a place of privilege. But many others see us as being too focused on rights, on freedoms, on the rule of law. However, I want to remind you something. We are more than anything a project of peace. We are not only a theory, we are the living proof that peace can be achieved when people cooperate. However, the world is not getting a better place. Over the past few months, instead of reducing the number of conflicts, we see every day more conflicts, more wars. And I have the impression that the room starts to feel like war is the new reality and that we just have to deal with it. And I think as parliamentarians, we don't have a right to fall victim to this thinking. Because as parliamentarians, we have three roles. We have a role in hope, a role in peace, and a role in justice. We have a role in hope. People are already anxious, they're stressed, they're fearful about tomorrow. We as parliamentarians, we shouldn't just channel that fear and say, yes, you are right. We should inspire. Our role as politicians is to go ahead of the flock and to show the way, to show the people the way that there can be another solution, that war is always the last solution. So I urge every parliamentarian in the room to not just be a follower, but to be a leader. The people who elected you to follow you, to show the way. So keep the people's hopes alive, because hope is the most important thing we have. And because in the end, hope and love are always more powerful than fear and hatred. Another point I want to make is about peace. In Europe, we have experienced the devastation of 2 world wars in which we lost tens of millions of people. We have experienced neighbor against neighbor, family against family. We were Rwanda before Rwanda, and we learned from it that this can never happen again, and that if you put cooperation, if you put economic interests together, this will not happen again. But we have an obligation to actually do it and not just talk about it. Thirdly, on justice. Justice means more. Justice means not just the provision of your rightful answer. Justice means when women occupy their rightful place in society, when girls have a chance to study, when girls have a chance to go all the way to the top. Justice means when one continent doesn't feel the inferior of another, or one the superior of another. And justice means that we are all together in this fight. I urge you, parliamentarians of the world, not to give way to desperation, not to give way to fear, but to lead the world in hope, in justice, and in unity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, European Parliament. I'm in receipt of 2 requests for right of reply. I will start with the United Arab Emirates. And for the right of reply, I must emphasize, colleagues, you have only 2 minutes. 2 minutes for your right of reply. UAE, you have the floor.
شكرا معالي الرئيس سيدات السادة.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, if we were to make a diagnosis of the current situation and what we have seen since the beginning of the Iranian Revolution and the basis of the Iranian constitution, we see that there is a constitutional political philosophy at work. That focuses on the wider world, and we're not engaged in a spontaneous reaction to events. We are talking about the very heart of this philosophy that we have seen for many years. We need to go back to the Constitution, which refers to exporting the Iranian Revolution beyond its borders, and then Article 154 of the Constitution, which has a political objective. Aimed at the wider world and designed to give the Iranian Revolution a permanent political function. So you need to look at the overall picture, and you see that you are facing an ideological project or plan that tries to extend its revolution beyond its own borders. And that is where the real problem lies, because that vision does not respect the modern international order that was established following successive wars and conflicts to try to secure equality between peoples and a respect for national sovereignty. So, what is more important than statements and discussions is to look at the logic of this worldwide plan on the part of the Iranian Revolution. We need to ensure the respect for our peoples, including the Iranian people, so that they can build their future without being prisoner to this philosophy, which advocates interventionism. So, President, allow me to finish by reminding you that Iranian girl, Nafeh Amini, and what she said. She wanted simply to take off her headscarf, and she was killed in prison as a result. All she wanted was to wear the clothes that she wanted to wear and take off that headscarf. And I have a question for the representative of Iran. Do you think that the decision to make the hijab mandatory only applies to others rather than the daughters of Iranian leaders who live in the United States and elsewhere?
Of reply, you have 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes for right of reply, Iran.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. جای تأسف و شرمساری برای نمایندگی مدعی حقوق بشر پارلمان نروژ
for the supposed advocate of human rights. You know, there is this very brutal act of aggression by two cruel and child killer of the United States and Israel, and has been under some of the most severe attacks against residential areas. and also scientific centers and civil infrastructures, as a result of which more than 4,000 people, of innocent people, have been killed, and hundreds of women and children have been killed by these attacks. And it talks about human rights. What shame on you, and just lying that they're supporting the people of Iran. And also the representative of United Arab Emirates is saying the same thing. It is none of your business. 168 children, schoolgirls, were killed in Mina. We expected you to talk about that instead. We expected you to talk about the crimes of Israel in Gaza. We expected you, as a Muslim country, to talk about this and the widespread violation of the human law in the world. We expected you to talk about these. What are this nonsense you're talking about? Why are you imposing and talk about those by the Israeli regime for attacking the regional countries? And why don't you condemn these? Why don't you talk about this? Why don't you condemn the high-ranking Iranian politicians and the Iranian people by the state terrorism of Israel? I recommend you, and it is in the most critical juncture of the world and the region, to be brave, to have honor, and to stand on the right side of the history, and to be the representative of the wide awake and the vigilant conscience of the world, or you will be judged and you will be reprimanded in the future. I hope that the United Arab Emirates will strive and it will close its bases for the enemies of the region, and stop working at the disposal of the United States, and not allow the attackers to Iran to use this airspace and also other bases there in UAE. Mutshakkiram.
The President of the Assembly. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
He's the President of the Assembly.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Before we move to the second item on the emergency item, I would like to make a brief statement on the tragic school shooting that took place on Wednesday. The Interparliamentary Union is deeply saddened by the tragic school shooting at a secondary school in Kahramanmaraş, where a 14-year-old student killed 8 students and 1 teacher. 13 others were injured. This is the second such incident this week. We would like to express our deepest sympathy with the victims' families, the communities that they are impacted, and the Turkish people during this time of grief for the country. Colleagues, we will now observe a minute of silence for the victims of this tragedy, and I'm going to ask that we all rise to observe that minute of silence. May the souls of those departed rest in eternal peace, and may those who are affected by this also get the solace that God can grant them. Thanks.
Amen. Thank you.
I'm going to say, just a second.
You need to continue because.
Colleagues, our President of the Assembly had joined us on the podium to observe this 1 minute of silence to pay homage to the people who have departed, our children, and we thank you so much. Now we will continue with the program. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Dear colleagues, I would like to ask you that you allow me to draw your attention to the fact that 3 requests for the inclusion of an emergency item were received by the Assembly Secretariat. These requests are to be found in as part of your documents, and it is document capital A/152/2 hyphen information, then you have full stop 1 hyphen rev.6. That's the number of the document which has already been circulated to you. And these are reading as follows. So we have the first item, which is presented by Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates. And it is talking about the item proposed reads condemnation of the attacks by the Islamic Republic of Iran against the Gulf Cooperation Council states and Jordan. And here we have okay, the second item is presented by Qatar, Australia, Turkey, France, Brazil, Zambia, Poland, Portugal, and Italy, with the support of the Arab group, the group of Latin America and the Caribbean, and the African group. And here we have 2 people who are going to read this, but the item proposed reads as follows. The urgent need for concerted parliamentary effort to preserve ceasefires and support peace building in the Middle East and other regions. The third item is presented by the Islamic Republic of Iran, and it reads condemnation of military aggression and acts of terrorism against the Islamic Republic of Iran by the United States of America and Israel, including those involving the use of foreign military bases in the Persian Gulf countries. Colleagues, these are the 3 items that we have received. Okay, the procedure that we have colleagues, after I have read to you the items, but also the countries that are proposing these items, I'm going to ask all of us to watch the video that is going to show us the procedure to be followed, and then I will give the floor to the Secretary General to clarify some issues. I hope the video is ready to be shown.
Voting Guide for Emergency Items during an Assembly. Who can vote? To exercise their voting rights, Member Parliament delegations should not be in arrears of more than 2 years, should be registered on the list of participants, and physically in attendance at the time of the vote. Votes are held by roll call, and MPs must be present in the room at the time of the vote. Absence voids their ability to vote. Voting is based on a weighted system. Each IPU member parliament has a minimum of 10 votes. The basic 10-vote entitlement shall be reduced to 8 votes if a delegation is composed exclusively of parliamentarians of the same sex for 2 consecutive sessions. Delegations are entitled to additional votes based on the population of their country as shown in the following table. The number of votes allowed per delegation depends on the number of MPs present in the room at the time of the vote. 1 MP may cast a maximum of 10 votes, 2 MPs may cast a maximum of 20 votes, and 3 MPs are required to cast 21 votes or more. A delegation may split its vote entitlement to express the diverse views of its members. If a member parliament has 15 votes for an emergency item proposal, it may, for example, vote 6 in favor, 5 against, and 4 abstentions. In another emergency item proposal, it may choose to vote 10 votes in favor and 5 against. Please be reminded that for each proposal, members must use the full number of votes to which they are entitled. Delegations are requested to remain silent during the vote. For more information about the voting process, please scan the QR codes or visit the links presented here.
Thank you so much, colleagues. I have consulted the Secretary General here, and he says the procedure that has just been shown to us is self-explanatory, so he will not be adding a word to that. Now, as you're all aware, our rules allow only for 1 emergency item to be added to the agenda. The Assembly will therefore consider each of the requests which I've just read to you and vote on each one. In order to be taken into consideration, a request must receive a 2/3 majority of the votes. Now, colleagues, before giving the floor to one delegate who is going to represent each one of these requests that I've just read to you, I'm going to remind you, colleagues, about the use of abusive language in IPU meetings. If you could please all pay attention so that we don't have to cut people short or even ask that your contribution will be out of the records of the IPU Assembly. The right to freedom of opinion and expression is a fundamental right that contributes to the observance of all other rights and is a critical foundation of democracy. However, the exercise of this right should not violate any of the rights and freedoms of others, including the right to equality and non-discrimination. Should disturbances threaten to obstruct the businesses of this meeting, as a presiding officer, I shall have to close or suspend the sitting for a specific period to restore order. If, as presiding officer, I cannot make myself heard, I'll have to leave the chair. So if you see me leaving the chair, it means it is intended to restore order. This shall have the effect of suspending the sitting. In serious cases of disorder or use of expressions that clearly incite the hatred during this meeting, the presiding officer shall suspend the sitting. The presiding officer may order the deletion from the record of those parts of a speech that contain defamatory, intolerant, racist, or xenophobic language, of those expressions that clearly incite to hatred. I thank you for your attention. And that said, I'm going now to go back to give now the floor to each of these delegates who have presented these requests. So once that is done, then I will also ask if from the floor, if there is any delegate who would like to speak against a particular motion. And this one, as we agreed yesterday, will have to be concise. So we will begin first with the proposer, then the person who is opposing that. And once that is done, we will then go to a vote. That said, we will begin with the author of the item proposed by Bahrain and United Arab Emirates, and we will be hearing from the Speaker of Bahrain, Mr. Ahmed bin Salman Al Salam, who is the Speaker of the Council of Representatives of Bahrain. Do they have 3? So each of the speakers taking the floor will have 3 minutes. Yes, Mr. Speaker, you have the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم معالي الرئيس أصحاب المعالي.
In the name of God, merciful and compassionate, Madam President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the emergency item which United Arab Emirates and Bahrain have submitted is in accordance with the general discussion which we've been having today. There is an emergency situation and it is having an impact on many parliamentarians here, you who represent many populations in the area. As you know, the Strait of Hormuz is closed and has an impact on food security, supply of fuels and medicines. All of this is having a detrimental impact on the region. Crops as well are threatened because of the lack of fertilizer which comes from the closure of the strait. So we have submitted this item for consideration. The UN Security Council, the Human Rights Council of the United Nations have adopted Resolution 38, which has been endorsed by 115 states on the 25th of March 2026. You have also condemned the unacceptable conduct of the Iranian regime, which has threatened us here, before you, threatened multiple parliamentarians with attack, and indeed we are attacked on an ongoing basis. So we ask for your support for the emergency item proposed, supported by United Arab Emirates and Bahrain. It's a proposal which enables us to reinforce national legitimacy and the respect of international law in accordance with the resolutions of international legitimacy. Thank you.
Colleagues, I'm looking around if there is any delegation. I'm looking around to see if there is any delegation that would like to oppose. Do we see any? No. No. Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues, we now move to the second item, which is presented by Qatar, Australia, and other countries. So we now go to the item presented by Qatar and other countries, and I am made to understand it is Mr. Hassan Al Ghanim, Speaker of the Shura Council of Qatar, who will be addressing us for 3 minutes. Oh, okay. I'm informed that Mr. Milton Dick, Speaker of the House of Representatives of Australia, will be presenting the item. Mr. Milton Dick, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This emergency item, jointly initiated by the State of Qatar, Australia, Turkey, France, Brazil, Zambia, Poland, Portugal, Italy, and broadly supported by the Arab Group, the Group of Latin America and Caribbean and the African Group, comes at a critical and delicate international moment. Armed conflicts are accelerating and their humanitarian consequences have reached unbearable levels. Suffering is no longer a matter of statistics. It has become a daily reality endured by civilians, with families, women and children paying the price in their security, stability and future. This threatens international peace and security and undermines prospects for stability across regions of the world. Australia has always played a strategic role within the IPU, and this year we celebrate 70 years of participation. Australia will always bring people together. As someone who proudly lives in the Pacific, our way is always to listen, respect, find common ground and bring people together in parliamentary dialogue. More than ever, we are committed to the foundational values of the IPU, and more than ever, the democratic principles that undermine the IPU must be respected. Australia encourages respectful parliamentary dialogue to assist the process of peace in the Middle East and across the world. Today, I am pledging my support for peace, and I ask you to join me now.
وفي ظل اتساع النزاعات في العالم وبالأخص الوضع الطارئ في الشرق الأوسط لم يعد كافياً.
Given the conflicts in the world and in the Middle East, it's not sufficient simply to state opposition. Parliamentary action needs to recognise our humanitarian responsibilities. Parliaments have a political responsibility. They need to coordinate efforts, activate the tools of parliamentary diplomacy to put an end to conflict and support the peace process. This is then an emergency item which benefits from a certain level of unanimity. We recognise the urgency of the situation. It's important to make parliamentary efforts in order to ensure that countries avoid conflict, support the ceasefire and consolidate peace. It's important to pursue negotiations in order to secure genuine peace for the areas of conflict. We need to protect civilians, we need to provide humanitarian assistance and attenuate the suffering of victims, and obviously we need to bolster international law. So this is a practical step reflected in this emergency item to strengthen parliamentary efforts in order to ensure that we preserve the ceasefire, protect citizens and safeguard infrastructure, which is absolutely of essential importance, and also to provide humanitarian assistance. So we ask for your support for this item. Parliaments need to demonstrate that we are here for peace. We need to vote for peace because humanity cannot suffer any longer. Thank you for your attention.
Colleagues, do we have any delegation that would like to oppose? I don't see any. So we go to the third item, which will be presented by Mr. Manucher Motaki, who is the head of delegation of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
In the name of God, the most beneficent, the most merciful.
Thank you very much for your being patient to hear us. The two emergency items were explained here. Iran's emergency item, which is proposed and distributed, you are fully aware. The only thing which we are asking is condemnation of aggression. 2 wars in last 10 months imposed against Iran. Condemnation of such crime action is not too high. But we have to move through the realities. I would like to thank our Turkish brothers and sisters for their effort, not only for this very important meeting, but also substantially entering to this issue also, with so many other countries which their representatives from Qatar and other came here and explained. Just for making consensus, for showing our cooperation, and the approach of Iranian nation. Madam President, I would like to announce that we join to our friends from Turkey, Qatar, and tens of the other countries in their emergency resolution. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay. Colleagues, I'm going to take a few seconds so that he reaches his seat, and then I need to hear from him because he had already left.
I think.
Okay, colleagues, he is now close to his seat. So, Iran. Mr. Motaki? Mr. Motaki? Okay. Be patient, please, members. Sorry, we need to hear just a word from him. Mr. Motaki, so the Assembly takes it that you wish to withdraw.
You are 100% correct.
Thank you so much.
Tamam, tamam. Kart bزنید. کارت بزنید.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, then that means we have 2 items. So we are now... Okay, colleagues, we have 2 items, and I didn't ask you if there's anybody opposing because the item has already been withdrawn. Okay, so before holding the... Okay, according to the Assembly Rule 12, no, this is... Okay. Colleagues, so now we go to the Secretary General so that he can explain briefly how we are going to do the voting. But now we have 2 items instead of 3. Mr. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I think earlier on you saw the video that was explaining the emergency item process. Now I want to, I would like to ascertain that we all are on the same page when it comes to what is going to unfold now. That is voting between 2 items that are before you, and that process is governed There's always this. That process is governed by Article 16.1 of the statutes, which states that the Assembly shall vote by roll call, except when the decision before the Assembly meets with no opposition. The number of votes allocated to each delegation is to be found in document A/152/inf.2. The number of votes indicated corresponds to the number of delegates announced. Delegations in arrears of more than 2 years of contributions are not entitled to vote under the provisions of Article 5.2 of the statutes and thus do not appear on the list. Article 15.1 of the statutes stipulates that only delegates physically present in the plenary at the moment of the vote can take part in the vote. Article 15.3 of the statutes further provides that no single delegate may cast or may record more than 10 votes. Therefore, delegations entitled to between 11 and 20 votes must ensure the presence of at least 2 parliamentarians and those entitled to more than 21 votes must ensure the presence of at least 3 parliamentarians to cast their full entitlement of votes. To ensure that a diversity of views can be expressed through the vote, the statutes envisage the possibility of splitting the votes cast by a delegation on any given subject. If a delegation is entitled to a total of 15 votes, for instance, it can register 5 votes in favor, 5 against, and 5 abstentions, or 10 in favor, 5 against. Vote splitting is not mandatory. The delegation may decide to cast all 15 of its votes for or against the proposal. Please cast the total number of votes that you're entitled to on each of the 2 proposals that are before you, one by one. We kindly ask each delegation to designate 1 member of parliament to cast its votes on behalf of the delegation. All delegations are requested to speak clearly into their microphones to ensure that votes are accurately recorded. So, as Madam President has just said, we have 2 competing proposals for the emergency item before this Assembly today. Instead of proceeding with a separate roll call vote for each of the items, it is our practice to combine all votes in one round. So, my colleague, who you see is standing there, Nora Babich, is now going to conduct the roll call vote. She will do so in alphabetical order, and as I have just said, when a delegation is called upon to vote, they will be voting on each of the 2 items together. So please take note of that, and we would be very pleased if, Madam President, you could ask your colleagues to remain quiet and listen carefully to follow the voting procedure on this very important matter. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, I take it we are clear with the procedure that has just been shared with us. And since this process is going to take some time, I'm going to ask you to be patient, but also to try and lower your voices so that when countries are called upon, they are able to hear. But at the same time, the Secretariat should be able to record the correct votes the way they are voted. And we can only do that if you please lower your voices as you're discussing some very important issues. So now I would like to give Nora a chance to start now the roll call. I believe everybody is ready for counting as well. So Nora, please start.
Thank you, Madam President. I understand we are ready to start the vote. The two proposals have been explained. They have clear titles. However, to make the process easier, when I call upon you to cast your votes, I will refer to the country names for each proposal. Therefore, I will refer to Bahrain and Qatar for each respective proposal. Every country will be using its full allocation of votes for each proposal. My colleagues here at the top table will be carefully recording the vote. Again, we would kindly ask that you speak clearly into the microphone, indicating the number of votes for, against, and abstention. In order to conduct the vote in a smooth and timely manner, it would be very helpful for us if there was silence in the room. If you agree, we will start with the first delegation seated here in the room, the delegation from South Africa. South Africa, you have 18 votes. On proposal, Bahrain, please.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable President, we vote in favor of the Qatar
Let's start,
motion.
South Africa, let's start with Bahrain first. Your votes for Bahrain.
We
please.
vote in favor of the Qatar motion.
No.
18 in favor and 18 against.
18 in favor of Qatar, 18
against Bahrain.
Okay, thank you very much. South Sudan, you have 13 votes. Proposal on Bahrain, please.
Yes. For South Sudan, we vote in favor for Qatar, 13 votes.
Thank you.
And 13 against for Bahrain. Thank you.
Thank you, South Sudan. Spain, you have 16 votes. Proposals for Bahrain.
Spain gives 16 votes against that proposal.
And your proposal for Qatar?
Spain gives 16 votes in favor of that proposal.
Thank you very much, Spain. Suriname, you have 10 votes. Your votes for Bahrain?
For Bahrain, 10 abstain.
And for Qatar?
For Qatar, 10 in favor.
Thank you very much. Sweden, you have 13 votes. Proposal for Bahrain, on Bahrain.
Bahrain, 14 abstain. Qatar, 14 with.
Sweden, you have 13 votes.
14 votes for Qatar. 13, yes, 13 votes in favor of Qatar.
And for Bahrain, 13 votes?
13 votes abstain.
Thank you very much. Switzerland, you have 12 votes.
Switzerland, 12 votes against Bahrain.
Thank you.
Switzerland, 12 votes in favor of Qatar.
Thank you very much. Tajikistan, not in the room. Thailand. Timor-Leste. Timor-Leste, you have 11 votes.
Thank you very much. Timor-Leste, our vote for Bahrain, 11 abstain, and for Qatar, item number 2, 11 votes in favor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Togo, no. Tunisia, you have 13 votes. Your votes for the proposal on Bahrain.
شكرا. 13
Thank you very much. 13 votes abstention for the emergency item of Bahrain and 13 in favor of the proposal of Qatar.
Thank you very much. Turkey, you have 19 votes. Your votes?
19 votes against Bahrain, 19 votes in favor with Qatar.
Thank you, Turkey. Turkey, we have got your votes, thank you. Turkmenistan, Uganda, Ukraine. You have 15 votes, Ukraine.
15 votes in favor of Bahrain, 15 votes in favor of Qatar.
Thank you, Ukraine. United Arab Emirates, you have 13 votes. Just wait a moment, United Arab Emirates, one moment. Okay. United Arab Emirates, 13 votes, please.
13 votes with Bahrain.
Okay. And your proposal on Qatar?
13 votes with.
Thank
In
you.
favor.
Thank you. United Kingdom, you have 18 votes.
Thank you. 18 votes in favor of Bahrain.
Thank you. And for Qatar?
18 votes in favor of Qatar.
Thank you. United Republic of Tanzania, you have 18 votes.
Thank you. For item number 1, we abstain, and for item number 2, we vote all 18 votes.
So for the proposal from Bahrain, you vote how many votes?
Abstain.
Abstain. And for the proposal from Qatar?
18 votes. 18 votes.
In favor.
In favor of
Thank
Qatar.
you. Thank you. Uruguay, you have 11 votes. Your votes for the proposal of Bahrain, please.
Sí, vamos a...
We will be voting 10 abstentions and 1 in favor for the proposal of Bahrain. We will vote 11 in favor.
Thank you. Uzbekistan, you have 15 votes. Absent. Vietnam, you have 20 votes. Your votes from the proposal of Bahrain, please.
For item 1, 20 votes abstention.
And your votes on the proposal of Qatar.
For item 2, 20 votes in favor.
Thank you. Pierre. Thank you, Vietnam. Yemen, you have 13 votes.
13 votes in favor of the Qatar proposal and 13 abstentions for Bahrain.
Thank you, Yemen. Zambia, you have 14 votes.
14 votes against Bahrain, 14 votes in favor of Qatar.
Thank you, Zambia. Zimbabwe, you have 13 votes.
13 votes against Bahrain, 13 votes for Qatar.
Thank you. Albania, absent. Algeria, you have 16 votes.
16 against Bahrain, 16 in favor of Qatar.
Thank you, Algeria. Angola, you have 15 votes.
15 against Bahrain and 15 in favor of Qatar.
Thank you, Angola. Armenia, you have 11 votes.
11 abstention Bahrain, 11 in favor Qatar.
Thank you, Armenia. Australia, you have 14 votes.
14 abstain Bahrain, 14 for Qatar.
Thank you. Austria, you have 12 votes.
Thank you very much. Austria votes 12 votes abstain for the first for Bahrain and 12 votes for Qatar in favor.
Thank you very much. Azerbaijan, you have 13 votes.
Thank you very much. 13 votes abstention for Bahrain, 13 votes in favor for Qatar.
Thank you. Bahrain, you have 11 votes.
11 in favor of Bahrain, 11 vote abstention for Qatar.
Thank you. Bangladesh, you have 21 votes. Bangladesh, absent. Belarus, you have 10 absent. Belgium, you have 13 votes.
Hello, for Bahrain, 7 votes against and 6 votes abstention. For the Qatar proposal, 13 votes in favor. Thank you.
Pierre? Thank you, Belgium. Bhutan, you have 10 votes.
Hello. 2 votes in favor of Bahrain, 8 votes in favor of Qatar.
You have 10 votes for each proposal. Okay, my colleagues will explain to you and we will come back to you in a moment. So we will move on to Bosnia and Herzegovina. You have 9 votes. Bosnia and Herzegovina is absent. Botswana, you have 11 votes.
For Bahrain motion, Botswana abstains. And for Qatar motion, 11 in favor.
Thank you very much. Brazil, you have 20 votes. Your votes on the proposal of Bahrain.
Thank you very much. 20 votes abstention Bahrain, 20 votes a favor Qatar.
Thank you very much, Brazil. Brunei Darussalam, you have 10 votes.
Thank you. 10 votes in favor of Qatar, 10 votes abstain on Bahrain.
Thank you, Brunei Darussalam. Burkina Faso, you have 14 votes.
14 vote in favor of Qatar and all the 14 vote against Bahrain.
Thank you very much. Burundi, you have 10 votes. Burundi is absent. Cameroon, you have 14 votes.
14 votes in favor of Qatar, 14 votes abstention in favor of Bahrain.
Cambodia, you have 13 votes.
We vote 13 abstain for Bahrain and 13 vote in favor of Qatar.
Thank you very much. Just one moment, please. Cameroon, I'm going to come back to you. I apologize. Could we ask you to please state your votes again? Cameroon, please.
14 abstention for Bahrain and 14 in favor of Qatar.
Thank you very much. Are we ready to come back to Bhutan? Okay, later. Okay, thank you. Canada, you have 16 votes.
On the item proposed by Bahrain, 16 votes in favor. On the item proposed by Qatar, 16 votes in favor.
Thank you, Canada. Chad, you have 13 votes.
13
votes in favor of the Qatar proposition and 13 abstentions on Bahrain.
Thank you, Chad. Chile, you have 13 votes.
Yes, 5 votes against Bahrain, 8 votes abstain, and about Qatar, 13 votes for.
Thank you, Chile. China, you have 23 votes.
For Bahrain, 15 abstention, 8 against. For Qatar, 15 in favor, 8 abstention.
Thank you, China. Colombia, absent. Côte d'Ivoire, you have 15 votes.
Pour le point d'urgence, la Côte d'Ivoire vote.
Côte d'Ivoire votes as follows: 15 in favor of Qatar, and 15 abstentions for Bahrain.
Merci, Côte d'Ivoire.
Thank you.
Croatia, absent. Cyprus, you have 11 votes.
11 votes abstain for Bahrain, 11 votes in favor of Qatar.
Thank you very much, Cyprus. Czechia, you have 13 votes.
Czech Republic, 13 votes in favor of Bahrain, 13 votes in favor of Qatar.
Thank you very much. Democratic Republic of Congo, you have 20 votes. Democratic Republic of Congo? Oui.
Yes. For the Democratic Republic of Congo, we vote as follows: 20 in favor. So 20 in favor of the Qatar proposal and 20 against Bahrain.
Thank you very much, Democratic Republic of Congo. Denmark, you have 12 votes.
We vote 12 votes against Bahrain, 12 votes in favor of Qatar.
Thank you, Denmark. Djibouti, you have 11 votes. Could I ask you to give me your votes on the proposal for Bahrain first? And
Djibouti votes as follows: 11 for the Qatar proposal and 11 abstentions for Bahrain.
Thank you. Dominican Republic, you have 13 votes. May I ask you to begin with your votes on the proposal for Bahrain, please?
Buenas tardes.
Good evening. The Dominican Republic votes as follows: we abstain 13 votes on the Bahrain proposal and 13 in favor for Qatar.
Thank you. Ecuador, you have 13 votes. May I ask you to begin with your votes on the proposal for Bahrain, please?
La delegación
The parliamentary delegation of the Republic of Ecuador votes as follows: 10 abstentions for Bahrain and 14 in favor for Qatar.
13 votes, Ecuador.
13.
Los 13 votos.
13 abstentions for Bahrain and 13 in favor for Qatar.
Thank you, Ecuador. Egypt, you have 20 votes. Can you please give us your votes on the proposal for Bahrain first?
20 votes for Bahrain, 20 votes for Qatar.
Thank you, Egypt. Equatorial Guinea, absent. Estonia, you have 11 votes.
11 votes against Bahrain proposal and 11 votes in favor of Qatar proposal.
Thank you. Eswatini, you have 11 votes.
11, we abstain on Bahrain, and 11 votes in favor of Qatar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ethiopia, absent. Fiji, absent. Finland, you have 12 votes.
Thank you. Bahrain, abstention. Qatar, 12 in favor.
Thank you, Finland. Just a moment. France, you have 18 votes. May I ask you to start with your votes on the proposal from Bahrain, please?
For the proposal from Bahrain, 10 for and 8 abstentions. And for the proposal from Qatar, 18 in favor.
Thank you, France. Gabon, absent. The Gambia, you have 11 votes.
Thank you. All 11 votes in favor of Qatar and all 11 votes against Bahrain.
Thank you. Georgia, absent. Germany, you have 19 votes. We have a problem with the microphones. They're not working. Just a moment, please.
Use this one. Yes, she's good. Okay.
Okay, Germany, 19 votes against Bahrain and 90 votes in favor for Qatar.
Thank you, Germany, and thank you for moving to a working mic. Ghana, you have 15 votes. And we still have a problem with the mics. Ghana, your mic is on. Please go ahead. May we have a technician?
Yes.
Turn off.
Ghana,
Could we
15 against Bahrain, 15 in favor of Qatar.
Thank you, Ghana. Greece, you have 13 votes.
With respect to the proposal of Qatar, 13 votes in favor, whereas with regard to the with respect to the proposal of Bahrain, 6 votes, 7 votes against.
I'm sorry, we have to ask you to repeat those votes, Greece.
So, with regard to the proposal of Qatar, 13 votes in favor, whereas with regard to the proposal of Bahrain, 6 votes in favor and 7 votes against.
Thank you, Greece. Guyana, absent. Hungary, you have 12 votes.
Thank you. 12 votes abstention for Bahrain and 12 in favor for Qatar.
Thank you. Iceland, you have 10 votes. No.
Yes, thank you. Bahrain, 5 votes in favor, 5 votes abstention. Qatar, 10 votes in favor.
Just a moment, Iceland. Guyana were absent. Yes. Do we have them? Do we have the votes? Again. Sorry, Iceland, may I ask you to reconfirm your votes, please?
Sure. Okay, we try this again.
Thank you.
From Iceland, Bahrain, 5 votes in favor, 5 votes abstention. Qatar, 10 votes in favor.
Indonesia, you have 22 votes.
One MP in the room.
Indonesia, you have 10
Shukran.
votes. Could we get your votes for Bahrain first, please?
10 against the proposal from Bahrain and 10 votes in favor of a Qatar proposal.
Thank you. The Islamic Republic of Iran, you have 19 votes.
Thank you. 19 votes in favor of Turkey and Qatar and others, and 19 votes against the second emergency item.
So we confirm.
Is it clear?
We confirm 19 in favor for Qatar, 19 against Bahrain. Can you confirm?
You are right.
Thank you. Iraq, you have 16 votes. Can you please give us your votes on the proposal for Bahrain first?
Iraq, 16 votes in favor of the Qatar proposal and 10 votes against the Bahraini proposals, 6 abstentions.
Thank you. Ireland, you have 12 votes.
12 votes abstention for Bahrain and 12 votes for Qatar.
Thank you. Italy, you have 17 votes. Can we have your votes on the proposals on Bahrain, please?
17 abstention for Bahrain and 17 in favor of Qatar.
Thank you. Japan, you have 20 votes.
20 abstention for Bahrain, 20 in favor for Qatar.
Thank you. Jordan, you have 13 votes. Your votes on the proposal from Bahrain, please.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Proposal from Bahrain, 4 in favor, 9 abstentions. Proposal from Qatar, 13 in favor. Is it clear?
Very much.
Thank you, Jordan. Kazakhstan, absent. Kenya, you have 17 votes.
17 abstentions for Bahrain, 17 in favor of Qatar.
Thank you, Kenya. Kyrgyzstan, absent. Laos, you have 12 votes. Please give us your
Thank you.
proposal for Bahrain.
12 vote abstention for Bahrain, 12 vote in favor for Qatar.
Thank you. Latvia
is voting 11 against Bahrain and 11 in favor of Qatar.
Just a moment, Latvia. Lesotho, you have 11 votes.
Lesotho, 11 abstentions for Bahrain, 11 votes for Qatar.
Thank you, Lesotho. Just a moment. Thank you. Libya, you have 12 votes. Your votes on the proposal from Bahrain.
ليبيا 12 صوتا.
Libya, 12 votes against Bahrain. All 12 votes. All 12 votes in favor of the Qatar proposal.
Thank you. Liechtenstein, you have 10 votes.
Liechtenstein votes on the proposal of Bahrain, 10 votes abstain, and on Qatar, 10 votes in favor.
Thank you. Lithuania, you have 11 votes on the proposal from Bahrain.
11 abstentions over Bahrain's proposal and 11 in favor of Qatar's proposal.
Thank you. Luxembourg, you have 10 votes.
With regard to the proposal from Bahrain, 5 abstentions and 5 in favor. And with regard to the proposal from Qatar, 10 in favor.
Thank you very much. Madagascar, absent. Malawi, you have 14 votes.
Thank you. Malawi, 14 votes, abstain for Bahrain, 14 votes in favor of Qatar.
Thank you very much. Maldives, absent. Mali, oh, just a moment. Maldives, you have 10 votes. Your votes on the proposal for Bahrain, please.
Right? 10 votes for Qatar.
Can you repeat those again?
10 votes for Bahrain, 10 votes for Qatar.
Thank you, Maldives. Mali, you have 12 votes.
Mali,
12 votes against Bahrain, 9 in favor of Qatar, and 3 against.
Thank you, Mali. Malta, you have 10 votes. Malta is absent. Mauritania, you have 12 votes.
مقترح البند الأول.
On the first proposal, 12 abstentions. The second proposal, 12 in favor.
12 votes abstention for which proposal, Bahrain or Qatar?
Abstentions on the Bahraini proposal, and in favor the second proposal submitted by Qatar.
Mauritania. Mexico, you have 20 votes on the proposal.
Gracias.
Yes, thank you. 20 votes abstentions. 20 abstentions on Bahrain. 20 votes in favor for the Qatari proposal.
Thank you, Mexico. Monaco, you have absent. Mongolia, absent. Montenegro, you have 10 votes. On Bahrain, please.
10 votes of abstention for Bahrain proposal and 10 votes in favor for Qatar proposal.
Thank you very much. Morocco, you have 15 votes. Your votes on Bahrain, please.
15 in favor of the proposal of Bahrain and 15 in favor of Qatar.
Thank you. Mozambique, you have 15 votes. On Bahrain, please, your votes.
15 votes abstention for Bahrain, 15 votes in favor for Qatar.
Thank you very much. Namibia, you have 11 votes. Your votes on Bahrain, the proposal from Bahrain, please.
11 votes against Bahrain and 11 votes for Qatar.
Thank you, Namibia. Nepal, you have 14 votes. Your votes on the Bahrain proposal, please.
Namaste.
Good evening, Madam President, and all in this room from Nepal. All votes, we abstained for item number 1, proposal of Bahrain, and all votes in favor of second item, proposal of Qatar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nepal. Netherlands, you have 13 votes. On the proposal from Bahrain, please.
13 votes against.
And on the proposal from Qatar, please.
13 votes in favor.
Thank you. Niger, absent. Nigeria, you have 22 votes.
For Nigeria, we have 22 votes. We abstain on the first item on Bahrain, and then we have 22 votes in favor of Qatar.
Thank you very much. North Macedonia, you have 11 votes. Your votes on the Bahrain proposal, please. We have a problem with mics. There are numerous mics on the right-hand side of the room. Could we have the technicians switch the mics off? Can we please turn on the flying mic in the room and we can use the flying mic? If I could ask the technicians to turn on the flying mic. Oh, we have another mic. Thank you for your patience. We will move on shortly. Okay, we're going to try again. North Macedonia, you have 11 votes. Your votes on the proposal from
that now it's working.
Bahrain, please.
Bahrain, 11 abstain.
Thank you. The proposal from Qatar, please.
11 in favor.
Thank you very much. Norway, you have 12 votes.
12 votes in favor.
Of which proposal?
The first one, Bahrain. And 12 votes for Qatar in favor.
Thank you very much. Oman, you have 12 votes. Your votes on the proposal from Bahrain, please.
For Bahrain, 12 votes, abstained.
And your votes on the proposal from Qatar?
12 votes in favor.
Thank you very much. Pakistan, absent. Palestine, you have 12 votes. Your votes on the proposal for Bahrain, please.
12 abstention for Bahrain, 12 in favor for Qatar.
Thank you, Palestine. Panama, absent. Paraguay, absent. Peru, you have 15 votes. Your votes on the proposal for Bahrain, please.
Okay, for the proposal by Bahrain, we have 15 votes against, and for the proposal by Qatar, we have 15 votes in favor.
Thank you, Peru. Poland, you have 15 votes.
15 against Bahrain, 15 in favor for Qatar.
Thank you. Thank you. Portugal, you have 13 votes. Portugal, please, your votes on the proposal from Bahrain.
13 votes for abstention for Bahrain and 13 votes for Qatar and others.
Thank you very much. Qatar, you have 11 votes.
11 صوت لصالح مقترح قطر، 11 صوت متحفظ.
11 in favor for Qatar and 11 abstentions for Bahrain.
Republic of Korea, you have absent. Republic of Moldova, you have absent. Romania, you have 13 votes. Your votes on the proposal for Bahrain, please.
For Bahrain, we have 9 votes against and 4 abstentions. And for proposal on Qatar, we have all in favor.
Thank you, Romania. Russian Federation, you have 20 votes.
Thank you. As we do not like both proposals for certain reasons, 20 abstentions in case of Bahrain and 20 abstentions in case of Qatar. Thank you.
Thank you. Rwanda, you have 13 votes.
Rwanda, 13 abstentions for Bahrain, 13 in favor of Qatar.
Thank you. Samoa, you have 10 votes. Your votes on the proposal, absent. San Marino, absent. Saudi Arabia, you have 15 votes. Your votes on the proposal for Bahrain, please.
15 votes for Bahrain and United Arab Emirates. 15 votes for Qatar.
Thank you. Senegal, you have absent. Serbia, you have 12 votes. Your votes on the proposal for Bahrain, please.
12 votes abstention for Bahrain and 12 votes in favor for Qatar.
Thank you. Seychelles, you have 10 votes.
On the proposal from Bahrain, 10 votes abstain. And on the proposal from Qatar and others, 10 votes in favor.
Thank you. Sierra Leone, you have 12 votes absent. Singapore, you have 12 votes. Your votes on the proposal for Bahrain, please.
12 votes from Singapore in favor of Bahrain, and we abstain our votes for the second proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Slovenia, you have 10 votes.
10 votes in favor of Qatar and 10 votes abstention on Bahrain.
Thank you very much. Somalia, you have 13 votes. Your votes on the proposal for Bahrain, please.
13 votes against in Bahrain, 13 votes in favor of Qatar.
Thank you very much. I will now come back to Bhutan. Bhutan, you have 10 votes.
Thank you.
May I ask you to give us the votes on the proposal for Bahrain? You have 10 votes.
Bahrain, 2 points in favor, 8 abstain. For Qatar, we have 10 solid votes in favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I will ask if all the delegations have had the opportunity to cast their vote. We have called all delegations by name. I'm hoping we have not missed anyone. I believe all delegations that are present today here in the plenary hall have voted. And as I do not see any other requests, Mr. Secretary General, I believe that the vote can be declared closed.
Colleagues, if all delegates or all delegations have already voted, I declare the vote closed. But as we wait for the tally, and we will have the results shortly, may I take this opportunity to remind all delegates that the debate on the emergency item will be held in this hall tomorrow on 18th April. We will begin at 11:30. So I'd like all of you to be there during the time when we will be debating. Well, I'm hoping the tally works in favor of maybe one of those items. So the debate about the emergency item, which we have just voted, will begin tomorrow at 11:30. But okay, so before, as we wait for the results, I'm going to let the Secretary General inform us what is likely to happen if one of the items makes it. Mr. Secretary General.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, very quickly, as you say, in the interest of time, I just want to clarify that in the event, assuming that an item this Assembly or rather adopts an emergency item for its agenda, then that discussion, the emergency item will be taken up tomorrow during the general debate. And we have set aside a segment as from 11:30 tomorrow to have that debate on the emergency item. And following that debate on the emergency item, normally the Assembly will set up a drafting committee to produce a resolution that will then be tabled for the Assembly at the closing sitting of the Assembly on the 19th of April. And normally the drafting committee is composed of 11 members, and we are asking then, if the Assembly does adopt an emergency item here, for the various geopoliticals to submit their proposals for membership of the drafting committee by what time? By 12 tomorrow? Yes. By 12 o'clock tomorrow, 12 noon, so that the drafting committee can begin work sometime in the afternoon tomorrow. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Colleagues, the counting and tallying is still going on, so please be patient with us for just a few minutes.
السيدة الرئيسة.
Iran, I have seen you. I'll give you a chance later after we have completed this process. So please be patient.
It's Iraq, not Iran.
It's Iraq. Okay, we will give you a chance once we have announced the results. Thank you.
Okay.
Colleagues, we have the results ready. On the item, condemnation of the attacks by the Islamic Republic of Iran against the Gulf Cooperation Council states and Jordan, which was submitted by Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates, positive votes 203, negative votes 415, abstentions 752, total of yes and no votes 618, two-thirds of the vote cast 412, the specified majority of two-thirds if it has been attained or not, it's no. One-third of the total number of votes allocated to delegations participating effectively at the Assembly, according to Assembly Rule number 33.3, is 602. On the item, the urgent need for concerted parliamentary efforts to preserve ceasefires and support peace building in the Middle East and other regions, which was submitted by Qatar, Australia, Turkey, France, Brazil, Zambia, Poland, Portugal, Italy, and Ireland, with the support of the Arab Group, the Group of the Latin America and the Caribbean, GRULAC, and the African Group. The results are positive votes 1,316, negative votes 3, abstentions 51, total of yes and no votes 1,319. Two-thirds of the votes cast 879. The specified majority of two-thirds, if it has been attained, yes. Colleagues, the request of Qatar, Australia, Turkey, France, Brazil, Zambia, Poland, Portugal, Italy, and Ireland, with the support of the Arab Group, GRULAC, and the African Group, having received both the necessary majority and the highest number of positive votes, will be added to the agenda, and it will be reading as agenda item number 10.
Then you can give Iraq the floor now.
Colleagues, our colleague from Iraq had requested the floor, and I promised that I would give them the floor after closing the reading of the results. So I'm going to give Iraq.
Yeah. شكرا جزيلا. أنا في الحقيقة يعني.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam President. You know, I was afraid that one of the two items wasn't going to get the necessary majority, and so we would have once again failed to reach an agreement on an emergency item, because we didn't manage to speak out against the massacre in Gaza. Now we've had a partial success, but a logical one. And so I just wanted to extend thanks to all of those and bless all of those who've supported this proposal. Secondly, I'd also like to propose that the IPU should have an electronic voting system, so we could see up on the screen the electronic votes. I think that would be good for transparency. Thank you.
Colleagues, I think the proposal that he has just mentioned of voting electronic will take that into account, taking into account the fact that yesterday you approved or you adopted the new strategy running from 2027 to 2031, and it's talking about the use of science and technology, but also issues of AI. So we'll see how best we can address that. Thank you so much, Iraq. Colleagues, that said, I'm going to request you to please be here tomorrow by 9 a.m. sharp. We are going to continue with the general debate. But the debate that relates to the emergency item will begin at after like 2.5 hours. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.